Hello and welcome to the 2023 edition of the State of the Union, organized here in Florence at the European University Institute. I am your host for this panel, Kalypso Nicolaïdis, professor at the School of Transnational Governance here at EUI, and I'm really delighted to introduce our panel today, labeled Implementing the Conference on the Future of Europe. Has the time come for treaty change? Big questions, where we really ask whether the European treaties that we have and govern our life here in Europe are still fit for purpose at a time of major uncertainties and need for the EU to move forward. And let me say, before I introduce our panel, that here in Florence and at EUI, we are especially keen on this question, since as many in the room know, we had the great honor of welcoming one of the European citizens panels, which met here in December 2023 to discuss recommendations on the future of democracy and the rule of law in the EU. So we have a special connection with this whole process. And joining us today to discuss this question, we really have a wonderful panel of speakers. We will have Alberto Alemanno, Jean Monnet professor at HEC Paris and founder of the Good Lobby, who's also co-convener of the EUI Democracy Forum. And then we'll have Thu Nguyen, a senior policy fellow for European institutions and democracy at the Delors Institute in Paris. And finally, last but not least, Brando Benifei, who is a member of the European Parliament, has been since 2014 for the Italian Democratic Party, and as well as specifically a member of AFCO, the European Parliament's Committee on Constitutional Matters. And to each of them, I will ask, are you for or against, and why treaty change? But before I turn to them, I would like to introduce our opening speaker, and we have the great pleasure and honor to welcome Salvatore De Meo, who is the member of the European Parliament since 2024, Forza Italia, but most importantly for us today is the chair of AFCO and has been spearheading really the work of the European Parliament on these issues. So you are in the middle of a process of thinking through why treaty change and how treaty change in the EU today. So Mr. De Meo, please share with us where you are with your work in the European Parliament.
Sì. Buon pomeriggio a tutti. I prefer to speak my language Italian. Grazie dell'invito e rivolgo un saluto cordiale agli illustri ospiti, ai colleghi, perché questo dibattito odierno ci permette di favorire quello che è un processo in corso che evidentemente merita di essere allargato il più possibile e portato anche al di fuori delle istituzioni. Io vorrei condividere con voi una serie di riflessioni che lascio poi ai relatori per poter proseguire il dibattito di questo pomeriggio. Vorrei soffermarmi su alcune delle sfide che ci attendono. È importante che ci sia la consapevolezza da parte dei cittadini che la nostra democrazia europea subisce giorno dopo giorno diversi attacchi e questo è un elemento per il quale è necessario anche interrogarsi sulla possibilità sempre più ormai imminente di dover rivedere alcune regole per poter reagire a quelle che sono sempre più delle forme di rischio. Noi possiamo dividere queste sfide che ci attendono in interne ed esterne. Interne perché i detrattori della democrazia non agiscono solo dal di fuori, ma anche all'interno dei nostri stessi Stati. Non possiamo negare che assistiamo a diversi fenomeni di polarizzazione dell'opinione pubblica e a una tendenza antidemocratica di certe fazioni che vorrebbero l'indebolimento dello Stato di diritto e delle istituzioni a favore di processi più caotici e non controllabili. Questi stessi gruppi sono i primi che mettono in discussione il ruolo della nostra Unione Europea e il suo valore aggiunto, diffondendo informazioni sbagliate e additando le istituzioni europee di avere interessi diversi dal benessere di tutti i cittadini europei. Queste tendenze interne vengono poi fomentate e rafforzate anche da forme di minacce ibride che sono sostenute da paesi terzi e da organizzazioni non democratiche. Parliamo anche di fenomeni conosciuti come il terrorismo, gli attacchi informatici, la disinformazione, le fake news o il crimine organizzato, ma aspetti anche meno evidenti come le dispute marittime o spaziali, oppure alcune azioni di pressione politica a supporto di fenomeni destabilizzanti come la migrazione o i movimenti antidemocratici interni. Alla luce di queste numerose e ambiziose sfide è evidente come l'Unione faccia la forza e come a livello europeo sia fondamentale trovare una risposta adeguata. Al contempo è tuttavia evidente che, come allo stato attuale, la nostra Unione Europea ancora non sia sufficientemente equipaggiata per affrontare al meglio queste sfide, a partire proprio dalle nostre fondamenta democratiche, che sono i nostri trattati, che per certi aspetti, bisogna riconoscere, non contemplano le nuove e diverse dinamiche della nostra Unione Europea e che a volte non garantiscono il necessario coinvolgimento e coordinamento tra gli Stati. Ebbene, i cittadini ci hanno chiesto proprio di analizzare questa nuova versione dell'Europa. Attraverso uno straordinario esercizio di democrazia partecipativa senza precedenti che si è concluso lo scorso 9 maggio del 2022, i cittadini hanno espresso una chiara visione dell'Europa. La conferenza sul futuro dell'Europa ha coinvolto direttamente i cittadini, deputati europei e nazionali, governi nazionali, commissari e si è conclusa con 49 proposte da cui si evince chiaramente che c'è più bisogno di Europa, ma di un'Europa diversa. Sono state individuate 326 azioni concrete ritenute necessarie per rendere l'Unione Europea più efficace, funzionale e democratica. Tra di esse alcune richiedono necessariamente la revisione dei trattati. Ne cito alcune solo per esempio: il rafforzamento dello Stato di diritto, la maggiore efficacia e trasparenza del processo decisionale, il rafforzamento dell'architettura istituzionale e la redistribuzione delle competenze. Il Parlamento europeo si è fatto subito promotore e portavoce di queste richieste, non fosse altro perché siamo l'unica istituzione eletta democraticamente e siamo espressione diretta dei cittadini. Però bisogna riconoscere che con lo stesso entusiasmo non hanno risposto le altre istituzioni. Infatti solo il Parlamento si è assunto il compito ambizioso di attivare la procedura per le modifiche del Trattato. Il 9 giugno dell'anno scorso il Parlamento ha adottato con una grandissima maggioranza una risoluzione che chiede una convenzione per rivedere i trattati in linea con l'articolo 48 del Trattato dell'Unione Europea. In questa risoluzione il Parlamento sottolinea in particolare la necessità di modificare il voto all'unanimità in quello a maggioranza qualificata di cui all'articolo 29 del Trattato relativamente alle sanzioni per i Paesi terzi e all'articolo 48 paragrafo 7 per quanto riguarda la revisione dei trattati. Il Parlamento ha inoltre evidenziato la necessità di modificare i trattati per rafforzare i valori fondamentali dell'Unione Europea, per rafforzare la capacità dell'Unione di agire riformando le procedure di voto in sede di Consiglio, riconoscere al Parlamento il diritto di iniziativa legislativa e i pieni poteri e diritti di codecisione sul bilancio dell'Unione e di adeguare le competenze attribuite all'Unione nei trattati, in particolare nei settori della salute e delle minacce sanitarie transfrontaliere. A seguito di questa trasmissione della risoluzione, il Consiglio dovrebbe attivare una procedura che ad oggi purtroppo devo rilevare che non c'è nessun riscontro. E in attesa della decisione del Consiglio, la Commissione Affari Costituzionali, di cui mi onoro di avere la presidenza da qualche mese, sta già lavorando ad una relazione sulla proposta che il Parlamento europeo intende proprio definire per esprimere chiaramente quella che è la sua posizione. La relazione è in corso di definizione, c'è un calendario che sta registrando alcuni ritardi, ma mi auguro che possano sbloccarsi una serie di riserve proprio per l'ambizione di queste proposte e la relazione conterrà delle modifiche al Trattato sull'Unione Europea e al Trattato sul funzionamento dell'Unione Europea, in linea con quelle che sono le aspettative espresse dai cittadini nella conferenza sul futuro dell'Europa. Posso dirvi in conclusione che la volontà del Parlamento in questa direzione è chiara, ma serve una forte convinzione di tutte le altre istituzioni e anche del supporto dell'opinione pubblica. Ed è il motivo per cui questo dibattito oggi serve anche a favorire questa presa di coscienza e di consapevolezza, perché è importante sapere quali sono gli aspetti che probabilmente necessitano di una rilettura alla luce di quelle che sono le nuove emergenze, le nuove dinamiche che vanno interpretate e per far questo c'è bisogno di esprimere quella grande forza che l'Unione ha sempre mostrato in tutti questi anni, di aver saputo trovare l'unità nei momenti di difficoltà. perché è risaputo, è stato detto anche negli interventi di questa mattina, prima la pandemia, oggi la guerra, hanno reso lo scenario completamente diverso rispetto a cui anche i trattati devono essere evidentemente rivisti. Lascio a voi, relatori, questa piccola riflessione introduttiva proprio perché voi possiate ulteriormente approfondire la necessità, che però posso sempre riconfermare, deve tenere in considerazione quella che è l'esigenza che i cittadini ci hanno chiesto di volere sì più Europa, ma un'Europa diversa e un'Europa più vicina alle esigenze dei cittadini. Buon lavoro e mi auguro veramente che questa vostra riflessione possa essere fatta anche propria da tutte le istituzioni, qui ci sono alcuni colleghi, perché si possano anche accelerare tutte le fasi del negoziato perché la nostra relazione possa trovare subito un riscontro, ma è evidente che il Consiglio debba altrettanto dare dimostrazione di voler realmente, perché la grande domanda di questo panel è: vogliamo veramente che i trattati vengano modificati? Io credo che i cittadini ce lo chiedono. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Meo and Salvatore, since we've decided to go by first names on this panel. And I think you made the case very clear to us and to our audience that there is a need because we have the pandemic, we have the war, and the treaties need revisions. You've given us examples. You've talked about the area of competences. We're thinking of health. We're thinking of foreign policy. You've told us about decision-making and the problem of the veto, whether we're talking about the rule of law or we're talking other areas, and the power of a parliament, the budget, which the European Parliament still needs to affirm, and is so crucial in a time of recovery fund and all of the monies that the EU needs to spend on the great transitions. But finally, you've also ended your intervention by a call for the Council to respond, because we know in this room that for the first time since the Treaty of Lisbon came into effect, the European Parliament can initiate treaty revision. This is a great power, but it needs two to tango. And we have not heard the Council respond to this call. So on these points, I would very much like now to turn to, first of all, Alberto. Tell us, Alberto, whether you think treaty change is that urgent at a time of war.
Thank you, Kalypso. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And let me start by saying that treaty change was a political taboo before the Conference on the Future of Europe, and it still remains a taboo after the Conference on the Future of Europe. And I would say this is the case despite and because of the conference. Despite, because in reality, the Conference on the Future of Europe was meant to introduce yet another preparatory stage to treaty change in the same way Article 48 came to light more than 10 years ago. But because of the conference also, because this transnational experiment was not necessarily able to generate enough political momentum to position European political parties on the eve of the new elections, to actually position themselves on the issue of institutional reforms. Paradoxically, despite the fact that institutional reform is not on the political agenda, every day it passes without any political party at the national European level positioning themselves on the issue, the case for treaty reform is growing, is happening, because both of exogenous and endogenous factors, which are clearly showing that unless we act differently, we are already operating at the outer limits of what the treaty allows, and sometimes even transcending those limits.
Can you be more specific on what are the areas where we really need treaty reform?
Yes, I think, Kalypso, the truth is that so much has happened since the citizens randomly selected were able to put forward to 49 proposals, that if you look at what is happening now, I'm just referring to the latest development that would allow the use of European funds, not only to buy or refund ammunition for those member states who have been supporting the Ukraine defense, but also in the future, according to the latest proposal, to allow member states to structurally support the European defense industry under this proposal. And this, we know, is something that the treaty themselves prohibit from doing. So it's pretty clear we are witnessing a major tension between what the European leaders are doing or trying to do and the Commission leadering by making such a proposal and what they're able to do. Another example, I think, that also emerged from the expectations that citizens expressed and conveyed to political leaders in the Conference on the Future of Europe, which is COVID-related, is the European health policy. The fact that all of a sudden we realize that under the current European health policy, we are so much dependent on member states' competencies that we are witnessing so much differentiation in the quality of health care we provide to across the European Union. And this is no longer politically acceptable that such differences might exist. Rule of law, we have de facto introduced conditionality as a mechanism that allows the disbursement of funds to be somehow made conditional upon the respect of the European law, including the Charter of Fundamental Rights. But this principle hasn't necessarily been constitutionalized, and more importantly, is incredibly contested on the political scene. So I think all these examples together show that there is a gap between what the European Union and European leaders are striving to deliver and what they're able to deliver under the current rules. And these rules are not favoring this transformation. They're rather representing an obstacle from what they are currently happening, and this leads to, I would say, politicization of those issues instead of having a common space in which political compromise can be reached, and at the moment they are not. So I would say the elephant in the room in the overall institutional reform debate, I think, is represented by the rules of the game, what nobody wants to talk about, which is what are the rules governing the next European Parliament elections. And interestingly enough, this is an issue where we don't need treaty reform, we just need political will to be able to adopt the first attempt at Europeanizing the political competition in 2024, an attempt that was made by the Federalists many, many decades ago that periodically comes up here again, but we sense that despite the political agreement existing within the European Parliament, there's no unanimity among the member states. And this will definitely be the elephant in the room in the coming months, because let's face it, we face a major gap between the socio-economic realities of Europe, what we experience as European citizens, and the political European space, which is basically incipient, is not mature enough to catch up with the realities of Europe. And this, to me, is really at the root cause of the difficulties we are having in even having a conversation on whether institutional reform should occur or not.
Well, thank you, Alberto. You've made the case interestingly at the end that a lot can happen without treaty reform. You gave interesting examples, the funds for military help to Ukraine, health policy, rule of law, where even in these areas, the EU is active without treaty reform. So while I think we all understand that these areas are crucial areas for European action, we want to hear more on the case for or against treaty reform, which is actually a cumbersome process, perhaps, and some fear that, including in the Council, and we'll hear the point of view of the Council, hopefully also from the room. But too, please tell us your point of view on why this is such an urgent cause and why you're favoring the approach that AFCO is taking at the moment.
Thank you, Kalypso. Very happy to be here. I'm afraid this is not going to be a very controversial panel because I quite agree with what Salvatore and Alberto have said, and I also agree that the Conference on the Future of Europe actually did not manage to generate momentum for treaty reforms, even though I would say that this was maybe to be expected, because it was very clear in the beginning that member states were not quite willing to back up the process, and we all know that it is very difficult to make any changes to the EU institutional foundations or institutions or priorities without the member states. And this has been mentioned before, that in the end we will need the Council to be able to enact any kind of changes or updates to the treaties. Nonetheless, I do think and agree that it is necessary. And we have heard from Salvatore about the internal and external pressures that the EU is facing. I mean, it has been almost 15 years since the Treaty of Lisbon. Since then, the EU has faced a multitude of crises, financial crises, migration crises, the pandemic, the climate emergency that is growing more emergent by the day, the war. So there is a multitude of crises that the EU needs to be able to deliver solutions on. And I think the case has been made that we need to have more efficient decision-making structures and a strengthened EU in order to be able to deal with it. But there's also another aspect, and that is enlargement. So there is now the question of enlargement back on the agenda. It is looming. There's a commitment by the member states that they will embark on this. And it is clear that it has been made clear by some governments, a lot of governments, that we cannot enlarge without reforming the EU before. So I think beyond just the internal question of how to strengthen the EU, it really now also is a question of how do we prepare the EU for enlargement, how do we prepare the EU for the next decades, and how do we prepare the EU for a union that has 30-plus member states and no longer 27.
Can you give us an example as to, on enlargement specifically, what kind of reforms are necessary that require treaty change?
Well, I think there's a triangle of reforms, really. One is about really, again, efficiency, making the EU more capable to act. I think this is, of course, the old question of unanimity that always comes up, but also the question of budget. Do we need to reform the budgetary framework in which the EU acts? Then the question of democratic legitimacy and the rule of law. I mean, the way the rule of law instruments work now, there are deficiencies. There is a case we made to change the treaties to give the EU more competences or more powers to enforce the rule of law. And then very practically, it's also, of course, the question, what will the EU institutions look like? Do we keep the Commission with one commissioner per member state? What will the composition of the European Parliament be like? Do we keep the 750 members? So it's very basic institutional questions also that need to be dealt with and thought about if we think about making the EU enlargement ready.
These are quite a list, seems to really make your case, Brando. So please, capital for us, from the position of someone who's worked very hard in the AFCO committee, are these the main areas that justify treaty reform? What do you see as the pros and cons of this process?
Well, first of all, I have to say that the process of the conference on the future of Europe that was mentioned has been quite satisfying for those participating, especially from, we would say, not the Council perspective. So the parliamentarians, both European and national, civil society organizations and citizens that were selected and often were not so politicized, or well, they had a different view on institutions and politics than the usual politically engaged citizen. This was a very interesting mixture that I think it would be very frustrating that would not lead to effective change. So these recommendations need to be taken seriously, because I think if they don't have any real output, they will undermine the credibility of this process, imperfect as it was, but interesting for further building of citizen participation and exchange of different levels of institutions. To be honest, I need to say that as a member of European Parliament, we never do this kind of discussions with these levels together of governments, national parliaments, civil society organizations, and citizens.
It wasn't always easy to get the three institutions to agree.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. We had to fight as crazy to get the plenary to happen. The council at some point just wanted citizen panels, okay, but then a closed-door executive board to get to listen what was said and then decide. So having a real plenary was very important. But so to say, this exercise needs to have an output. And so the proposals to change things that also imply treaty change needs to be taken seriously. And as I take them seriously, I need also to confront with the political reality, which means that today we have governments that are blocking in an absolute way this idea of treaty reform. This is not just the usual suspects, the nationalist governments. It's also more mainstream governments, but coming from countries that don't want to reopen the treaties. So I need to put very clearly on the table the fact that, in my view, as participant in the conference, as active in AFCO, discussing the treaty reform, we need to discuss clearly the possibility of using the call for the convention for the treaty reform as a catalyst to expose the contradiction. Which contradiction? The fact that there are member states that have public opinions that are ready to embrace a treaty change in the direction of more sharing of competence, more European pooled sovereignty. You can read the Eurobarometer to check that. And there are countries, there are member states where you can look left or right, it doesn't change. They have a political culture and a public opinion that is not ready to embrace in a majoritarian expression this kind of treaty change towards more pooling of sovereignty. So in my view, we need to have this process to make this contradiction exposed, in view also of the public opinions, that we have countries that might be ready for doing more and others that are not. And I know it's a very delicate subject, but in my view, this needs to be exposed and we need to find creative solutions, which means in the treaties or outside the treaties, if not possible, we need to build a federal core of the European Union. This is my view, maybe as a federalist person, as a federalist politician, so with a very clear view. I have an orientation, but in my view, we need to really look at the situation as it is for real. And today, I don't see the space for unanimity in changing treaties if there is not a clear conflict. Like we had, I concluded with this example that I think it's very important to remember. When we had the fight around the Next Generation EU, only when some governments explicitly said they were ready to do it outside the treaties if there was no agreement on the budget that needed unanimity to be the guarantee for the common lending for the Next Generation EU. When they said that, the Ruttes, the Orbans, they sat back to the table. Because there were the Le Maire, there were the Italians, there were Spanish, saying, we have majority of GDP, we have majority of population, we do it outside the treaty. If we don't, I remember an interview in La Repubblica of Bruno Le Maire about that, and suddenly the discussion started again, and there was a compromise to have a unanimity around the budget, around the rule of law mechanism, and the Next Generation EU. So I think this needs to be put on the table, that we will advance in terms of integration in or out of the treaties, and we will not be blocked. I hope that Italy will be part of this debate with the interest of our country, that is to be part of this change and to be part of those countries that you can look at our public opinion again in the polls. We are clearly ready to embrace this direction. So this is a question more to my government.
And as we heard from the Foreign Minister this morning, indeed, here at EUI, at EUI's SOU, so you are making a passionate case for, in fact, reforming the treaties to be able to do things in or outside the treaty. So we want to create new rules of the game, in fact, possibly to allow all countries to be part. And indeed, this treaty reform will require unanimity, even if it's to go towards a more federal model. So I wonder if Alberto and Tu already have a reaction to this kind of grand vision of why treaty change is needed, because just to point to the fact that we have some incremental reasons. We need more competence on health, we need more muscle on rule of law. These are specific reasons, but then there is a more holistic vision, which Brando is putting forward, to create a new version of our union. Which one do you subscribe to?
Thank you, Kalypso. I do follow Brando's depiction in case for action, but at the same time, I wish we could live in a Europe or a European political system that allows citizens to respond to the questions you put to ourselves in this panel. Not to ask them whether we should open the treaties. This is not the question. The question is whether the issues they are facing as European citizens deserve the response of the European Union as a body of institutions that are also legitimated to take action there. That's the kind of Europe I dream of, and therefore my reaction would be to say, why do we focus so much on the member states as deciding whether they are in favor or they are against according to the political culture? Because I think within the countries you mentioned, there are segments of society which are much open to be contaminated by the idea of greater Europeanization of the political space. That's why I insist on the fact that unless we Europeanize the political conversation, we are not going to be able to detect where people's preferences are. We are completely stuck in this nation-state segment that basically provide a very distinct version of what Europe should be about. But that's not the conversation. The conversation is about what kind of conflicting views of Europe should oppose one another in the next European parliamentary elections. And we haven't been able, as European citizens, to create the conditions for that political conversation to happen. That's where I'm very concerned about what is going to happen in the next weeks, because I expect once more the usual dominant narrative saying that the far left and the far right are going to win again, and there will be a shrinking of the dominant political parties, because that's the narrative which will be basically accompanying us, which is a very poor narrative that doesn't capture the richness of the political conversations that we could have in Europe, but we are not able to have in the absence of a mature European political space.
Which would include also perhaps one of the recommendations that the Conference on the Future of Europe's Citizens came up with here in Florence, which is to create a more permanent system of citizens' participation, citizens' involvement, citizen assembly in the overall system of the EU, almost a fourth branch of government. And perhaps that might also be something that the EP will be pushing. So, Tu, what is your response to this more holistic vision that Brando proposed?
I like it a lot, but I think I would take a more pragmatic approach to this. And you're right that rule of law is a small issue, unanimity is a small issue, budgetary framework is maybe a small issue, but taking together, they create a big package, right? And I think what we need to look at is really where do different member states' interests lie. And I think this is maybe where I have a different approach than Alberto, more from a member state perspective, to see how can we create a package where different member states will see different interests represented, so they lose some, they win some, and how do we create in that way treaty reforms that can be accepted in all or by all national governments or in all member states.
Creating package, that's always what these EU negotiations are all about, but then it takes two to tango. We will need the member states to give their green light. Brando, I want to come back to you on what will happen next, but before we do that, and we'll kind of end our conversation on what will happen next, what will it take. But I would like to open the room for Q&A. Any questions, clarifications, comments on the conversation so far? We will take your questions now. Yes.
Well, I think it's nice to talk about topics that should be resolved by the European level from the citizens. But the reality is that a lot of topics is stuck in the Council since years. And there's no step forward because one or more member states do some vetoes. So I think the functioning is, of course, something that's not very appealing in the debate about European Union. But the functioning, in the end, is what counts and what brings up results. And I think, therefore, we really should go for it to lay open, and I would agree with Brando, to lay open what are the blocking minorities, majorities in certain issues. Because it's nice to ask citizens if they want a better health union, but if there are member states blocking, nothing will happen at all. And this is what citizens in the whole Conference for the Future of Europe were complaining about at most, that lots of issues are taken up but then get blocked in the Council for years and years. I remember very well, for example, public transport has been blocked 7 years in the Council till the Council was able to move forward. And this is what we really have also to share with people, to lay open and then to resolve the question.
Even issues that are not subject to unanimity get blocked, let alone issues of unanimity.
Exactly, that's the point. They are working as a diplomatic group and not as a political group.
So maybe please tell us, because of course this issue of unanimity has been with us for a long time in foreign policy, but also in a few other areas. And indeed, the citizens in the Conference on the Future of Europe did take on that topic and did recommend to move there. So what is your recommendation on where it should happen and how?
But in my experience, I want to also underline, based on what was just said, in my experience, the Council often wants to decide in unanimity also when it could decide by majority. Why? Because it's a diplomatic mentality. The ministers come at the end. Most of the work is done by the permanent representatives, while the parliament is a truly political body that has to legislate with a meeting of diplomats. It's not working. It worked until we were smaller, we were more politically aligned, when the union was with governments that were more left, more right, but united in the idea of a trajectory of the progression of the building of the union. We are not in this situation today. Today we are surrounded by governments that rightfully, because they get votes for that, they want to extract value from the union and not give any sovereignty on anything. And they don't care if they have a problem. They will depend on Putin or on US or whatever. What is the way out of this weakness? So this is the situation. And so I insist, if we have the political community there that was built with a large array of member states today, you know, it was the brainchild of Macron. Then we have the Council of Europe.
Which could become a kind of European Security Council. Some
kind of security community, yes. We have the Council of Europe. I don't need to explain what it does or it doesn't. We have the European Union. Is this sufficient? I don't think that the Union as it is today, with 27 member states, with a way of working that was already frail when we were 15, with political cleavages exploding, it's something that is functional. It's dysfunctional. So that's why it's a taboo to say that if we have political community, Council of Europe, European Union with a different degree of legislative powers, of coerciveness, why can't we have a federal core of the European Union? I know it's a big taboo, but today, in my view, it's the only way out. It means that inside the treaty, we can build the conditions so that those that want to do more on budget, on fiscal policy, on migration, on digital investments, we could look at the sectors. Why don't we do that? Because I don't see any other way out, sorry. And this means we need to have a conflict, which is about political power at the highest level, because it's very good to build dialogue between the citizens, but if there is no breaking of this power structure that stops any advancement and needs days and days and days of European Council meetings to come to small decisions, is ridiculous. How can we compete with the rest of the world? It's ridiculous.
It could be argued that the EU has acted pretty swiftly in the context of the Ukraine war. I'm just
yeah,
trying
but very
to play...
unstably, because it's all council level, very unstably. You have seen on the energy issues, it crumbled very quickly, because the decision-making structure is based on a unanimity of the in this case, of the heads of states and governments. There is no structured decision-making process. In my view, the long meetings are the symbol of our weaknesses. The short meetings are the symbol of strength, because it means you are able to deliver decisions and maintain their stability, not get crazy for 24 hours to get the line that Orban wants for the thing to be approved. This is what has happened until today.
You're making a powerful case. I want to hear your reaction, but let me take a couple more hands, and then we can bring back the question of unanimity now. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Caterina Paolucci. I'm directing a master's in political science by an American university, James Madison University in Florence. And I've been active as a citizen in Italy to try and involve high school students from all over in the country to participate in the conference on the future of Europe. So, an amazing exercise of democracy and grassroots mobilization with the support of schools that was very intense and conducted through some NGOs in the country. My recommendation to decision makers, I know it was the first time this was tried and done, would be to look at technology and digital technology in particular to promote the participation of the citizens. Now, you did the group with the citizens here in person, took notes, wrote reports, but from our perspective, at the grassroots level, it was extremely difficult to have the students, help the students, and even for ourselves, write their comments and make their proposals through the EU platform of the conference. So, the attempt to promote democracy at continental level has to be very careful and look at the way in which technologies are helping or hindering this participation. So, the digital aspect of it is crucial, and we need to improve the way in which we ask citizens to provide us with information in order to make it as easy as possible. Millions of people could have participated against the few hundreds of thousands, I don't know how many in the end, because of the difficulty. So,
Thank you. Alberto and Tu, you've both made recommendations to AFCO, including on how to improve this dimension of European democracy and indeed take in the new technologies. And what do they change in these pictures?
Well, I've been saying over and over again, including in AFCO, that the European Union provides many more opportunities to citizens than the average member state. However, most of these opportunities, ranging from petitions to the European Parliament all the way to public consultations and European citizens' initiatives, remain quite inhabited in the sense that they are not known enough. We have a literacy gap, and we are not really trying to make it possible proactively to get citizens involved. And there are historical arguments to be made that at the end of the day, the European institutions, they've never been driven by this idea of getting citizens on board. This is not the story of European integration. And I would say that citizens have rather been marginalized by all developments of European integration. So the question there, the uncomfortable one, is are we ready to get citizens' input on board for real by opening up these tools and leveraging on the most powerful mechanism which is provided by technology nowadays. The Conference of the Future of Europe, yet another example that it didn't happen. It didn't happen because it could have happened, but it didn't. There was not necessarily such an incredible push for listening, this kind of listening exercise that then give rise to major responsiveness, greater responsiveness by the political system. So, I belong to those who believe that the European Union doesn't suffer from a democratic deficit, but it suffers from a democratic lack of intelligibility. It's not clear who takes decision when and how we can set the agenda as citizens. But paradoxically, the instruments are there to the point that when certain groups manage to organize, look at what the European Animal Rights Organization are doing, it is possible to set the agenda at the European level, at a speedier, greater level than at the national one. So this is a bit the tension I see, huge potential of these instruments, but some political pushback from actually using those instruments to the full extent.
Did you want to comment on one of those 2 points?
Yeah.
Unanimity? Could it marginalize some population of smaller states? Technology?
Yes, actually, I wanted to comment on Brando's point that on the instability of decision-making, the European Council, I agree on the instability. I am not so sure whether we can say that the longer the meeting, the weaker the European Union. It seems very, very simplified and strong, but I do think that there's a problem of course, democratic legitimacy and democratic scrutiny when it comes to these emergency decision-making structures, and this then also relates to what you say. It's not very transparent, so I agree that there's a problem and that we do need to change it.
Do the citizens understand the urgency of what you've all been talking about? Treaty change. It's very technical. There is a war out there. There's COVID, we've been doing things. So partly I would like to also, as we draw to a close in this panel, to, what is the story? What is the narrative? What is the imagination that can be brought to this question of treaty change, which is a bit unsexy, a bit difficult to understand? How do you speak to the citizens about these issues?
I give an example. Do you want those that are able, unlike you, to escape taxation by creating systems in tax havens, to be paying their fair share and you get lower taxes, or you don't want that? Do you want the European Union to pursue a climate policy but at the same time protect itself and its competitiveness by having an instrument at fiscal level to mitigate the impact of the different level of commitment on climate by the different regions of the world? Yes or no? If yes, then you need the instruments to do it, and the present instruments that we have on the fiscal policy, don't let it to be done effectively. So in my view, we just need to start by those that are the requests of the citizens. Again, let's look at the Eurobarometer. It's clear what people are asking: more security, more social protection, more social justice, on also with specifics on the climate. We can look at where are the objectives, and if you look at the objectives, the present European Union is not efficient. It's wasting money. It's slow. It's not pursuing the results. Could the nation state singularly do it? It's clearly not possible. Also, again, by looking at the examples. So it's the Council saying, I remember during the conference, the Council members always saying, but the citizens have other problems. They don't care about the treaty change. This was the usual kind of discussion. Unfortunately, sometimes also from the European Commission. But this is a very offensive way of argumentating, because it takes the citizens as idiots, Things are interconnected. If you want to do things, you need the power structure to deliver. That's it.
And citizens can understand that when it comes to spending money, we see that the EU has been spending a lot of money on the transition, but you need revenues. And that will be the first function of a parliament to have, because we don't know how the revenues that will correspond to these debts will be decided. Yes. So we understand that the parliament has long been asking for the right to have a fundamental say on revenues. I think this is quite clear. It's also clear why the member states are not that keen on giving you that power.
And I think this is the most important point. From this, you can derive everything else we are talking about, in my opinion.
There you go. There you go. I want to take a last question and then ask us to conclude on how do we go forward. One very last question and short. And take two very last questions, short questions, and then one last word to the panel.
Hi, my name is Franka Faisal. I'm a researcher here at the EY. And my question is a bit provocative, maybe, because I feel that in this discussion on treaty change, the vision probably that many of us share in this room and on this panel is that it would lead to democratization of the EU, ideally. So I want to ask, well, how to make sure that that actually happens and that there is no democratic regression even through treaty change, because in a way it's opening a Pandora's box, and we know that there are many actors in the EU who, we've seen it with the kind of power grab of the European Council outside the treaty framework, that there is actually going to be more democracy on the European level rather than less after and through a round of treaty change. And personally, I think European citizens panels are key in this regard, so I would like to hear your vision on how, for instance, also they have to look like in order to make sure of this.
Thank you. All the way in the back, very last question.
Yes, I'm a philosopher and Simone Weil Fellow here. My question is simply about one of the ideas that came out of the deliberative assemblies was this idea of a transnational constituency, a pan-European constituency. About exactly 1 year ago, the Parliament, that was a major breakthrough, approved with a significant majority the proposal that had been prepared by Ruiz de Vesa as rapporteur. But then in November, December, the permanent representatives, I suppose, examined the proposal on behalf of the Council and said, no, this is impossible on two grounds. One, it violates the principle of digressive proportionality. That means in terms of the representation inside the Parliament. And two, on grounds more mysterious of the principle of subsidiarity. And so my question to the panel is, what, in your view, are the prospects for this idea that has been coming up again and again in the course of the last 2 decades?
Democracy, transnational lists, go in reverse order. You have 30 seconds each.
Okay. Well, democratization, yes, we need to build a European-wide debate and a European-wide political culture, which means also the evolution of the political forces. And I mean, it's an open issue, and the point you raise, it's real. It's absolutely real. It needs to go hand in hand with the effort to reform. And on transnational lists, well, I think we will still have to discuss a bit about that. But but I think they can be a useful instrument. But let's not sacrifice everything on that, because sometimes I see that there is a bit of obsession that is a bit formal around that, while the substance is what we were just discussing about, revenue. Then the transnational list is part of the project.
We shall see, too.
Thank you. I think you're very correct. I think it's a very real danger, and I think Brando is correct that it needs to be a transparent, open discussion, that the Parliament and European Parliament needs to have an eye on it. On your question on the narrative, I think it's a very difficult question. I think the overarching narrative should be that the world is changing and that we live in a different world. Member states will not be able to act by themselves the way they maybe used to. We see it more and more. So if we want to be able to shape in a new geopolitical order, we need the European Union to also represent the citizens' interest and be able to act and really have the capacity to act democratically.
Thank you too. Alberto, last one.
Yeah, on Philip's questions, I think it's no longer acceptable after 70 years of unprecedented socio-economic integration that there's nothing European in the European election. There are 27 national elections running in parallel. We vote on different dates. We vote for national candidates on national programs. These can no longer match with the reality of Europe, hence the proposal to Europeanize the political competition, to do one simple thing, to allow the average citizens to know that when casting her ballot, that vote will have a weight in the political definition of the next political executive running the European Commission. Unless we're going to be able to ensure this linkage, why European citizens should show up in 2024 and vote for the next European Parliament? That's my tricky question for you.
On these words, watch this space. The Parliament will vote in July on this package of proposed treaty reform. We will see what the Council does, but the next appointment is European elections, when we will be having the next SOU. And in the meanwhile, I'd like you to join me in thanking all of our speakers and for this great panel.
we could make the European Union better?
What if the EU was able to channel the lessons from the experiences in participatory democracy from around the world at the local and national level and create its own permanent, rotating citizens' assembly that would channel the voices and the intelligence of citizens and civil societies from around the continent to contribute to the EU's decision-making?
What if we didn't have the euro today? If we didn't have the euro today, national currencies would be moving violently against one another, disrupting trade, accelerating inflation, exacerbating unemployment. The euro is about stability. It's not a straitjacket.
What if EU member states speak with one voice in security and defense policy matters? Research has shown that populations across the European Union, no matter the age or the country, are in favor of a common European security and defense policy. Even those that we consider usually Eurosceptic are in favor of such a policy if threat perceptions are high.
What if our refugees could be welcomed with open arms? Education and the values the next generation will be brought up in can help us achieve this goal.
As academics, our role in making the European Union better is to distill sound proposals from scientific evidence and to try to make the future more predictable for policymakers and citizens alike by comparing behavior, processes, and institutions.
We are contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe, an initiative of the European institutions, with 300 publications and 30 webinar recordings that cover crucial topics such as democracy, climate change, citizenship, trade, and many more. We support policymakers and citizens in the process of reinventing Europe by providing fundamental research and evaluating possible policy agendas.
Find out more on our website and join the debate on social media.
What if we could make the European Union better?
What if the Conference on the Future of Europe enables the EU to expand beyond its current 27 member states? There are candidate countries in the Balkans at the moment, but we know from following the war on the 24th of February, the Moldova and Ukraine have applied for EU membership. And as we've learned from the war, that would be very good for the security and well-being of the continent.
What if the European economy could only be fueled by sustainable and domestically produced energy? It is possible by continuing on investing in renewable energy and smart infrastructure, by putting a fair price on carbon, and by using these revenues to mitigate the distributional impact of these policies.
What if European citizens who moved from one member state to another could easily cast their votes in European and local elections where they actually live? The first step is to simplify and harmonize voting registration procedures.
What if the EU becomes a leading mediator in resolving conflicts throughout the world? We can achieve this if we pull our weight together to form a single foreign policy, if we remain committed to our values and further invest in development and peace building.
As academics, our role in making the European Union better is to distill sound proposals from scientific evidence and to try to make the future more predictable for policymakers and citizens alike by comparing behavior, processes, and institutions.
We are contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe, an initiative of the European institutions, with 300 publications and 30 webinar recordings that cover crucial topics such as democracy, climate change, citizenship, trade, and many more. We support policymakers and citizens in the process of reinventing Europe by providing fundamental research and evaluating possible policy agendas.
Find out more on our website and join the debate on social media.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session dedicated to global health. In this session of the State of the Union 2023, we will discuss what we have learned in the past almost 3.5 years of COVID-19 pandemic, whether we have learned any lesson from what has happened during these 3.5 years, and what is happening at the global level, at the European level, what are the reactions, how are we learning those lessons, right? And in order to really kick off this conversation, we have invited a stellar lineup of speakers. I will start by introducing my co-moderator. So my name is Andrea Renda. I teach here at the European University Institute. Daiva Repechkaite here is my co-moderator. She's a policy leader fellow in the School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute. She is also a journalist, so she will help me asking questions. She has been working in the field of health in the past, so Daiva is a perfect companion for me. And me as an academic, I've been studying the effects of the pandemic over the past years, not as much as my guests here have done over the past decades and the past year. So we will have with us Anders Nordström, the Swedish Ambassador for Global Health, and you know that we are in the Swedish presidency at the moment, so Anders will have some news to give us or to not give us in a few minutes about how the Council of the EU is working on the global health strategy of the European Union. We will have with us Oksana Diomenti, the representative to the European Union of the World Health Organization. We have with us Peter Piot, professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, professor at the University of Antwerp as well, chief advisor to the European Commission on the pandemic, on the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have with us Heidi Larsen, director of the Vaccine Confidence Project, also guest professor in Antwerp and professor herself of anthropology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So let me get started with Anders. We have gone through a pandemic that has been the deadliest of the past century. It has affected our economies, our society, our self-confidence, our vaccine confidence, our confidence in science. We have seen a number of problems emerging in our ability to respond to a crisis, and in particular to a health-related crisis. There have been reactions. In Europe, there have been reactions on the economic side, like stimulus plan, Next Generation EU. There's been a reaction also in trying to get together and to consolidate, if you wish, competences, in some cases more at the EU level, the creation of the European Health Union, the creation and the establishment of what was initially thought to be an independent agency. It ended up being a Directorate General of the European Commission on Health Emergency Preparedness and Response, DG HERA, the strengthening of the mandates of the European Medicines Agency, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control. Many reactions. We have seen perhaps more effective reactions where the EU has some institutional memory of a past crisis, for example, on the economic and financial stability side, compared to what we've seen on the health side. But many things have been done at the EU level. But the pandemic has been much more than that. It has unveiled a stunning lack of enforceability of some international regulations, in particular the international health regulations. It has shown a lack of confidence at some point that even threatened and undermined the centrality of the WHO in the global landscape for health emergency governance. It has unveiled also a stunning lack of solidarity inside the European Union and between the north and the south of the world. It has led us to discuss several things under the new lens, with a new sense of urgency, and it has led to several proposals being launched, several commissions being formed. We have Professor Monti here in the conference also was the head of one of those commissions, so we might hear from him if he wants and share also some ideas on what lessons we have learned, if we have learned any lessons. And several commissions, several proposals. The idea to start working on a new pandemic accord, which the EU has been very instrumental in proposing and launching. the idea of amending the international health regulations, the launch of a pandemic fund, and who knows, perhaps some initiatives to try and remedy a situation that sees many countries around the world in deep economic distress, in need of support, in need of resources, and the need to tie those potential resources not to austerity measures necessarily, but to the strengthening of health systems at the local level. We have perhaps also discovered a new future of global health governance that is a little bit less globalized and centralized as one would have thought, perhaps a bit more regionalized, and, or if you wish, more polycentric or multi-level. So in observing the ushering into a new era for global health emergency, we have also seen that the attention span of policymakers, the attention span even of civil society in some cases and media has proven to be extremely short. This is why we have chosen this title of from panic to neglect, because typically health emergencies have this cycle of going from panic to actually the denial phase, right? And all of us, I think we agree in this panel, we do believe that there is a need to keep the flame alive and to really learn the lessons that the pandemic has to teach us, to be better prepared next time, and to really, in non-emergency times, to the extent that we agree, are the times that we're facing, at least on the health side, to really strengthen our governance and be able to anticipate, prevent, and better respond next time a health emergency will present itself. So are we in panic, are we in neglect? Is neglect a physiological and a good reaction? Is neglect a bad reaction because it doesn't allow us to learn anything? Let's discuss this with our guests. I'll start with Anders. The European Union in this context has put together at the end of last year, the European Commission has proposed a very ambitious global health strategy. Since then, the Swedish presidency has had the strategy under its hands. And so what is happening there? And I give you the floor to share some of your perceptions on whether we're learning the lessons and whether the EU is learning the lesson and translating that into a strategy.
No, thank you, Andrea, and great to be here. I think it's part of human being is to forget. I came from Stockholm the day before yesterday. It's cold. It's still winter there. I don't want to remember that. I love the weather here. We tend to forget what is not pleasant. And I think we have had the same experience now with this pandemic. We do want to forget this as soon as possible. And I think this is a way of surviving, coping. But it's not a very long-term effective strategy, because if we don't learn, if we don't remember what has been, we will be in an even worse situation in the future. And as you said, Professor Monti, you were leading one of the commissions or one of the panels looking at the experiences or the lessons from this pandemic. I was leading or heading the secretariat of another one. And what we started with was to review 16 previous commissions and panels to see what they had concluded. All conclusions, all recommendations had been made that would have made a difference. None of them had been implemented. The question is why? I would think, and I think we will discuss that we have quite a complex reality today, politically, but also what is really needed. If I'm looking at Peter here and also looking and thinking back to the mid-90s, when we had the HIV/AIDS threat or emergency confronting us. We took decision at that time, clear decisions, establishing UNAIDS, the very helpful high-level summit in the UN, setting global targets that was extremely useful for all countries in the world, having the Secretary General negotiating access to treatment to more reasonable prices, establishing the Global Fund to make sure that we have resources, and we have now seen the results of that. So that was possible, and it was actually very successful. What can we learn? And what role can the EU play? And then coming to your questions then, Andrea. We are in a more complex reality today. I had hoped that today I was going to be able to sit here and say, as the EU presidency, now we have Council conclusions on a new strategy for global health, but we don't. Because we have disagreement among member states around a reference to the Global Action Plan on Gender. We have full agreement on everything else. When it comes to the content of the strategy, I'm going to say a couple of words about that, but we can't agree on how we appreciate gender within the European Union. And that there was a parallel discussion here about the values around gender. Do we speak about different gender identities, or do we only speak about men and women? We have different views, and that is stopping us now to take a decision on a big and important step to have a new strategy to guide what we do as member states and what the Commission do in terms of addressing global health needs. The old strategy was, or is, from 2010. It was very useful then to address, in some way, the old and still present agenda: maternal child mortality, HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria. At that time, 20 million people were dying. Today, we are down at 8 million. So big success. We still have an unfinished agenda. Today, the big boom of health needs in the world is not actually COVID. It's the boom and the explosion of non-communicable diseases, cancer, strokes, diabetes, which we think are diseases for rich people. They are not. Those are diseases for poor people, both in the world and within our union. And then, if we're going to address this agenda now, having 18 million people dying prematurely, we need also to think about risk factors. And then we need to think beyond the health sector. The health service is only contributing possibly to 11% of improving people's health. And this is why now the new EU strategy for global health is important, because it has 3 pillars. It's different in 3 ways, and it starts with the content, 3 pillars. Preventing people from falling sick. I was chatting to Peter just before we started, and you said, I made sure that we got climate in this here. What we do for our climate is just as important for people's health, but we do not speak about it well enough. Paris is now becoming green. Bicycles. Are we doing this because we will have more healthy population? Yes, indirectly, I know that that will be the impact, but we're not speaking about it. So this new strategy makes it loud and clear. We need to prevent and enable people from falling sick. And then energy transition, food transition, urban settings, infrastructure are the most important things to prevent people from falling sick. The second pillar is ensuring universal health coverage, equal access to good quality service regardless of ability to pay. And the third pillar is about managing global threats, as was the start of this discussion. This content is quite different from the old strategy, meaning now we're looking to the future and we'll see what the impact will be in another 12 years' time. But the strategy is different in 2 other ways as well. First, message is clear. We will mobilize from the EU side, not just aid. And we just had a discussion here earlier today about moving from aid to partnerships. So it's both the way of we are actually going to engage, but also about what resources. It's not only about aid. It's about trade. It's about research. It's about health. It's about agriculture. It's about climate resources that we need to bring to the table and show how those resources can have an impact on people's health. But it is also the third dimension here, actually not us helping you, but us working together. I was in a discussion here, no, not here, but in another EU meeting some time back with a colleague from the African Union, and my message was that I hope you will still like to work with me in the future, because you are the one who's going to lead and drive. And I'm happy, if you take the African region, that the capacity in the African region has really boomed and increased. But we still have work to do together at the global level. But we need to redefine what that global agenda is. What is it that we need to do as global functions in the future? And again, the EU strategy, different in content, different in resources, and different in approach. So I hope now with a little bit more work that we will also be able to get the political backing for this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. So can you somehow predict whether there will be an agreement under the Swedish presidency on the strategy or not, or it depends on whether the gender aspect will...
It's part of the package. It's not just the Council conclusions on this, it's also the Council conclusions on a new Cotonou agreement, and then another set of Council conclusions that comes with the same package, and it's the same concern in all cases. There needs to be an agreement, basically. The question is when it will come. Hopefully, we will be very happy, but it's more important that we get the decision, and in some way, I'm very happy that we have made both that what was presented by the Commission through a very good consultative process from all member states, and with individual contributions, we have a very good strategy on the table. That's most important. And we have now an agreement on everything in this package, sort of, except this, and it will come. Whether it will come during our presidency or during the Spanish presidency, I don't know. I hope it will come during our presidency, but most importantly now is also to begin to implement this.
Thank you very much, Anders. Part of this global health strategy has a number of elements that are super important, such as promoting the One Health approach, so an integrated view of health from human, animal, and environmental components, and the health in all policies, sort of the mainstreaming of health and in all different policies is something that is very present in the strategy alongside a key emphasis on the Sustainable Development Goals. These are all words that I think speak music to the ears of the WHO. Oksana, can you tell us a little bit your take on whether we are learning these lessons and what is happening at the WHO level?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm really delighted to be here in Florence today and to share this panel with these distinguished panelists, but also with this distinguished audience. Let me, on behalf of WHO, thank all these panelists and also Professor Mario Monti for their contributions to global health, because I think it will be right to invite also Mario Monti to speak on the lesson learned, because he was dealing with this almost half a year with very distinguished also expert politicians, and look really into what happens, why world was unprepared for this pandemic, and how we can do better. It is my privilege, however, to share the WHO lesson learned, and we are barely emerging from the deadliest global crisis and in our living memory, but already now there are concerns that collective amnesia is in the danger of setting in, and as rightly you questioning in the topic of this session, is it the beginning of neglect of health? The coming post-COVID decade should be one where public health is a national priority in all countries. This was our expectation. However, we are increasingly seeing that the coming decade is the decade of the beginning of neglect of health. But we also have the duty to learn the right lessons and to help prevent and minimize the risk of similar threats in the future. And let me just remind a bit about the legacy of pandemic and the devastating impact of this pandemic in human terms and economic terms. So in human terms, we have millions of people who have lost their lives. We have estimated that 1 in 10 persons and infections result in the long COVID conditions, so the people that will need after COVID a long-term care. We have children education disrupted. We have pandemic devastating economic impact. The pandemic has created and destructed, as you say, the trust between individual and government, and this was fueled by misinformation. The crisis has eroded the progress toward sustainable development goals, and the disruption of health services also resulted in spike in both communicable and non-communicable diseases, from HIV and TB to cardiovascular disease and cancer. And these are diseases that the world had made great gain toward controlling. And now we really need to catch up on this and to speed up the progress. The pandemic has also slashed life expectancy in many countries. It lowered basic immunization coverage, with vaccine-preventable diseases spiking, increased psychological and mental health challenges, and we witness all this impact on countries and health systems almost in all countries, even in countries that are more developed and more scientifically advanced countries. So where we are today. So while COVID pandemic is not over, we are far in a better situation now, and we are very actually encouraged to see that we have a drop of 95% in deaths from the beginning of this year. And we remain hopeful that sometime this year, WHO will be able to declare an end to COVID-19 as a public health emergency of international concern. But of course, the virus will remain, and it will remain as health emergency in many regions, and we see also now that the virus is affected many countries, and still more than 15,000 every week people are dying. But WHO now is focusing on supporting countries toward this transition, toward a world without a pandemic, and also toward the world that is better prepared for the future pandemic. We also saw that vaccines developed swiftly, saved lives, and also that vaccine equity has still remained elusive. It was really elusive at the beginning of the pandemic, but still the situation was not addressed so far. And we are not in a much better position, but not in a much better position for the potential future crisis. On the same time, we see the world is facing new emergencies that has an impact on health. The emergency and the war in Ukraine and Sudan has such a devastating impact on health on people in their countries, but also on health system outside of Ukraine, for instance, and other countries where refugees and migrants are now living. And the scientists so we see also climate emergency, and all these challenges require effective steps to be taken to manage this so-called perma-crisis. And the scientists are warning permanently that the new crises are emerging and is just after the corner. So strengthening our collective health security architecture is really the task for all of us. What are the lessons learned that I would like to focus? You know that there was many experts looking into what's happening during these years. But I would like to focus on 3 key lessons learned from COVID pandemic. First is the failure in our global health security landscape and the need to strengthen this health security architecture. Second, underinvestment in health, in preparedness and effective health systems. And third, importance of international cooperation, coordination, partnership and leadership on health. So when it comes to failure in our global health security landscape, so COVID underlined known, but also revealed new failures in our global health security landscape, including limitation in the existing international health regulation, the only legally binding instrument that we have to deal with cross-border health threats. We have seen the reporting delay, a lack of accountability, a weak mechanism for inter-country collaboration, and of course, as I told, the inequality in access to countermeasure, and all these things hampered the pandemic response and cost lives. And to address all of these aspects, in May 22, during the World Health Assembly, our Director General set out and presented 10 proposals to strengthen the global health architecture for health emergency preparedness, response, and resilience, built on more than 300 recommendations from various independent reviews, including the so-called the recommendation of so-called Pan-European Commission led by former Italian Prime Minister and former EU Commissioner Mario Monti. All these recommendations are structured in 3 chapters. So recommendation to improve governance, recommendation to improve finance for health security, and recommendation to improve systems and tools. One of the recommendations, and actually in parallel of this 10 recommendation, it was launched. Two processes are ongoing, led by member states. One is the intergovernmental negotiation body to draft a new convention, WHO convention agreement or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, so-called pandemic treaty. And the other is working group on amendments to international health regulation. So about pandemic treaty. So we fully agree what was said in the Monti report and also by the initiator of pandemic treaty, that an accord with legally binding elements developed and ratified by countries and rooted in WHO constitutions can provide the desperately needed playbook for preventing and responding to catastrophic health crises. We saw exactly in the moment when the world needed to come together to overcome the common threat of the pandemic, that the world has been characterized by a lack of cooperation and coordination. And what we expect from this accord is really for countries to come together with a shared response based on shared commitment and solidarity and equity. So the accord will be an overarching framework to provide cohesion for the many other initiatives that are now underway to strengthen governance, finance, and systems and tools that include some of already been established, including the pandemic fund, which was established including with the contribution of the European Union and with the financial tremendous support of the European Union, the WHO Hub for Pandemic Epidemic Intelligence, the Universal Health and Preparedness Review, the mRNA Transfer Hub in South Africa, and other initiatives such as the amendment of IHR and others that are still in the negotiations, including the new platform for equitable access to vaccines and medicines. So we believe that an effective accord based on solidarity between countries will help the world to ensure that health workers are better protected and equipped, and of course they could better protect the patients, will ensure more equitable production and distributions of vaccines and other medical products worldwide, will enhance communication between countries and other organizations to ensure effective detection and response measure against potential pandemic pathogens, will improve response healthcare services across the full range of health needs, will improve laboratory and research capacity, and increase global capacity to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the emergence of disease threats which could become pandemics. So in the past year, this intergovernmental negotiation body has made impressive progress. So we see regular meetings in Geneva when member states, more than 196 representatives come to Geneva, and not also member state representative, but also representative of UN, civil society, and discuss the concept of this new pandemic treaty. We have already the first zero draft of pandemic treaty, and I want to mention and to thank also the European Union of being in the lead of negotiation this treaty, and we expect that the proposals for this treaty to be put on the table for the World Health Assembly in 2024.
1 year from now, right?
Yeah,
in May 2024.
One year from now, yeah. Hopefully, member states will come to a common conclusions. But of course, we already see the division between global south and north and around very sensitive and important issue.
Oksana, we might get back to this because there might be questions about how fast and how meaningfully this is progressing. There are more skeptical voices as to whether the work on the pandemic accord is progressing meaningfully, whether there are still big divisions north-south, whether the IHR amendments are also progressing, and whether the pandemic fund is sufficient, is too little, too late, it has the right governance, it has sufficient representation of civil society, among other things. So there's many things on which we might continue the conversation later. I continue the tour of statements of our distinguished guests by moving to Peter, who's seen much more than the COVID-19 pandemic, and you became very well known internationally during the time of Ebola, already in the mid-70s. So you've seen different reactions. Anders mentioned that you've seen ways to react of the global community and ways to learn the lessons across generations of pandemics and epidemics. So it's very important to gather your opinion and also your position as now a key advisor of the European Commission in this field. So I give you the floor for your take on whether we are learning the lessons.
Thank you, Andrea. And I won't go over the lessons learned. I think we heard the essence of it and focused on the future. But before that, maybe 3 points. One, it's not over. 2 weeks ago, the latest data, 900 people died from COVID in the European Union and over 1,000 in the US. I mean, so that's not a detail. But it's a different type of epidemic, more small waves, and it's the most vulnerable, and those who are not vaccinated who die. And secondly, is that it's always hard to predict the future, but you know, as Anders said, one of the laws seems to be the ability to forget, but also there will be other epidemics. I mean, it's been part of our human condition in the whole of history, and our technology and whatever and ChatGPT are not going to change that. What it is, we don't know, we have to make sure that we are therefore better prepared. And another thing, the third thing, is that climate change is exacerbating our risk and our vulnerability for pandemics, in addition to many other things. And therefore, we cannot have that conversation without also dealing with climate change. And then, so the question is, are we better prepared? Going to the title of the session here. And I think the answer is yes and no. As we heard from Oksana and from Anders also, and maybe 5 points here briefly, I'll be very brief. First of all, it is still a bit on the agenda, and now is the time to build the systems and the structures and the treaties and all that to make sure that we are better prepared in a systemic way, in a systematic way. And on the, you know, at the European level, that has happened. Andrea, you gave examples, because let's not forget that health has not been a competency of the EU. And the bureaucratic answer could have been, sorry, we don't deal with that, it's not our competency. Fortunately, we had a leader, Ursula von der Leyen, and who, you know, who took things on. And we now have HERA, the Health Emergency Response and the Preparedness Authority. Still early days, but the fact that you know, we had collective procurement of vaccines was a first. And I won't forget about nearly a year ago, I was in a meeting with President Macron. It was not a one-on-one, but with a few other people, so I can say. And he said, in case of COVID, the Commission has been, how do you say it, hyper-efficace, and so hyper-efficace. And because he said, without that, we in France would not have had that vaccine, and smaller countries also not. So that's, I think, a lesson that's really important for the future. It's now applied for procurement of ammunition, but you know, that's you know. But anyway, you know. But anyway, it's. I think we also have the health union. I'll come back to the global health strategy. Expanded mandate. So I'm not pleading for that health systems and so on, that should become a European, you know, competency. It's far too complex, and every country has to deal with that. But so making sure we at national level, regional level, and then that we have these structures, that's really has to happen right now. Secondly, I think one of the lessons has been, of course, that inequity has been a hallmark of this epidemic at national level, but also international level, as Oksana also alluded to. And therefore, we also should make sure that nobody's an island, even islands are not protected. We need this much stronger international cooperation. On the, okay, there are the administrative and political agreements, but also the informal, exchange of and openness is very, very important. And one of the silver linings of this epidemic has been that, for example, in Africa, it was the end of just begging and saying, please give us vaccines. COVID has been a wake-up call where the African Union, Africa CDC, has really taken on things in their own hands. And I think that's a very positive development. And therefore, it's so important that now the EU also has allocated over €1 billion to support vaccine manufacturing, strengthening regulatory events and mechanisms in Africa. And because I never use the word vaccine nationalism, because, you're elected by the people from your country and the citizens, and if this scarcity is the biggest enemy of, of equity. So you'll take care for your own citizens. Therefore, we need to have a systemic approach, and that is, manufacturing that is distributed. Thirdly, and the pandemic fund will hopefully also play a role there. Thirdly is that, and I'll be very brief, not because I'm a scientist, but if we had a vaccine in 10 months, which has saved probably about 20 million lives, it's not because in 10 months we just could do some hocus pocus and have that vaccine. It's thanks to decades of basic research. We need to continue to invest in that. And again, at the European level, very important that we continue to do that, not only by medical research, but also social science research and so on. Fourthly is that how to keep it on the agenda. I mean, Anders's question, there's no magic answer to that, but only by making sure it is not just on the health agenda. Public health people have the tendency to talk among themselves, just as any other discipline. We need to go outside that, and that's what we're trying to do. I think this is where leadership comes in, and we need to make sure that it is on the agenda, not only the EU, but also G20, G7, just name it. Next week I'm going to the G7 health summit, and at the G7 it will be there. It's not a very representative group, but we have to do that. So, and that will hopefully also help transparency. And finally, put it in broader context, and I won't repeat what Anders said, but I think the EU Global Health Strategy is really an important step forward for the reasons that Anders said, not only about the what, but also the how. And the how is as important. It's partnerships and it's an emphasis on equity, but also One Health is in there, climate change is in there, and I think that's a good basis for, to make sure that this pandemic preparedness is not just an isolated thing, but will be part of a broader approach. And finally, I would say for those who said, okay, it's over, we should move to something else, that's true, but you don't disband the fire brigade when the house is burned out, and then you set it up again when another house is on fire. We need to have this structure and to be prepared. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm sure there will be time for a couple of follow-up questions there, but I want to move to Heidi so that we have some time for questions and also for Daiva to ask her questions. Heidi, the UI is an academic institution, so we work on scientific research, so we are particularly concerned about trust in science, right? You've been working on vaccine confidence and more generally on trust in institutions and science for quite a long time. You set up the Vaccine Confidence Project back in 2010, came in quite handy during the years of the pandemic. So what is your take on whether trust in science and in vaccines will be stronger next time? Are we creating those preconditions now or not?
Well, we have a lot of work to do. But I think one of the things we have to do, there's a number of studies and things out there that say trust in government is down, trust in this is down. Our own research shows that pandemic took quite a negative hit on public confidence in vaccines, including childhood vaccines. We've been monitoring trust in vaccines since 2015-16 with the EU every 2 years, the Vaccine Confidence Report, and we've seen, and globally, April 20th, UNICEF's State of the World Children report, published our global pre- and post-pandemic monitor on vaccine confidence, and globally it's been quite a significant drop. The very concerning thing is actually the age gap. In 2018, we saw that younger people and older people had a similar confidence in vaccines. But since COVID, the 18 to 34-year-olds are the biggest contributor to that drop in confidence. It's a big concern because this is the next cohort of parents. But anyway, that's all accessible on the European Commission website. When it comes to trust in science, I think we use that term quite loosely, science quite loosely, but really, is it about trust in the scientist? Is it trust in the scientific institutions? And most importantly, as we saw during COVID, it's the interpretation of science. It's science that informs policy. We've seen an unprecedented amount of physical and verbal aggression towards scientists in the last couple of years. I mean, security, police protection for scientists, and it's been global. It's not just in Europe and the US. I've heard this from even African scientists, because people felt like it was because of science that we had the lockdowns. It was because of, the modeling or the data or whatever. And it didn't take into account our lives and our relevance. We need science. Science is absolutely foundational. But somehow I think in this time that we have, and I have to confess, the global health strategy doesn't talk a whole lot about trust building. And I think we can do some work around it. It gives all the reasons we need it, and particularly some of the points also that Peter had mentioned about the inequities. Fairness is the biggest way we can build trust with people. The sense of unfairness is the quickest way to break it. And I think there were a lot of, and equity has been a big theme here, and addressing inequities. We also, I think, one of the big things that we think as a public health community, a global health community, one voice is the best. Well, the public is not with that. That's old school. We haven't talked at all about the digital landscape and the alienation of people, and that's, I think, one of our biggest global health threats. It's polarized people. It's undermined people's cooperation, and we need to be there. And what we need is not one voice. We need multiple voices. We need voices that are relatable, that people understand. We need one voice when it comes to the foundational facts. But when it comes to the voice and how we engage with people, that was our problem. We lost a lot of people because they said that science wasn't relevant to my situation. That science didn't make sense to my concern. So I think we need to think about making all of this relatable. I've thought a lot about your point, Andres, why these multiple, I've been on some of the reviews of these reports, and we actually, as a broadening of our vaccine confidence project research, we've been listening globally through the same networks about people's experience during COVID. And one of our international advisory boards members who co-chairs the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board said, we had this beautiful report, we spent all this time on it, beautiful report 6 months before COVID, nobody opened it. He said, whatever you do, one of the discussions we had is we need to make those recommendations accessible to the public, because it's the public that needs to help keep agreements. We need accountability. And if we just have them in the nice reports, we talk to each other about them, we put them on the shelf as the reference, and nobody knows about them, nobody meaning the people that need to be engaged around it, we're not going to have any demand for accountability. Wait a minute, you promised that, and it's not happening. So for this next global health strategy, I think getting people familiar with it, getting people engaged with it, getting people to think about, well, what does this to mean to our community, our country, our situation? You're going to get the ownership and trust we're going to need collectively for the next pandemic. And I hope it's not before May 2024 that we have the next big pandemic, which is not an impossible thing. Anyway, I think that's the key things I was going to say. But there is a panel after this one, and I was fascinated by the title. The citizen is not a data set. That's really important, because some of them really feel like that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Heidi. And indeed, there are links, both, as we've seen with the previous panel on the Global Gateway, because the health dimension, the external action on health, it's really gone is now going through the Global Gateway as one of the key initiatives and investment strategies of the EU, and with the following panel on the citizen is not a data set. I want to turn to Daiva, as we have a little more than 10 minutes. Daiva, I want to say two things before we move to Daiva. You will have questions yourselves. I would ask people that have questions to start signaling it by raising their hands, the people that want to comment, because we're going to have to do this very quickly. At the end of this round of questions, I'm going to ask the speakers to very quickly respond and perhaps tell us one thing that we are not doing that we should be doing, in your opinion, in the coming months to really learn those lessons. So, Daiva, over to you.
Yes, so obviously time flies when we're having a good time, so thank you all the speakers. This was very insightful, and I have two questions, one about time and one about space. But I will combine them so that you can maybe pick and choose which you want to respond to, and maybe then we can have a bit more, longer discussion with the general audience. So my question about time is that we're always thinking about the optimum reaction speed, right? And especially complex bureaucracies are criticized for not reacting quickly enough. So is there anything that has fundamentally changed with this pandemic regarding the speed at which we can react to a crisis? And my question about space, at the EUI, we're always talking about multipolarity and about regional fragmentation, and the question that you will find if you follow our other conferences will be that, is this a qualitatively new world order? And I think there are panels on that as well at this event. So do you see that countries are drifting into regional blocks and tackling their public health issue inside those and only coming together for extreme cases? Are we going to see more fragmentation?
Dava, I suggest that we collect the questions that are from the room. We have 3, with the prayer to be as concise as possible, and then we will go through the reactions from the speakers.
At least there's a chance to react, because there was no chance in the previous panel
on
the Global Gateway.
You get the chance.
I get a chance. Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself as well?
Yes, Valerie Fargen, University of Florence. I've been working on new development cooperation for over 15 years, and let me tell you that the title of one of my chapters in a recent book that I published is EU Cooperation with Africa, Forgetting About Health. If you look at the data, in 2010, in the year 2000, the EU contributed to global health for 14% of total funding for global health. In 2018, which is before the pandemic, the figure dropped to 8%. So the EU has been losing ground. It's the EU and the member states. The only country in the EU that was actually spending a lot of money was the UK, but it's no longer part of the EU, as we know. So my point here is I'm not so confident in a new strategy, because in 2010 we had a very good strategy, but it was never implemented. So the problem is there's a gap between between discourse and policy practice. And if you come and look at, for instance, the same figures, in the year 2000, NGOs were only spending 5%, were only contributing 5% to total global health. In the year 2018, it was 28. And I can assure, I have just come back from Sudan, where I saw, just before the bombing, so I'm safe, I saw the cardiac center of emergency, an incredible place. But can we rely on NGOs to solve the problems? I think this is not the case. Now, you have in the outline, you said, does the EU have an ambition to become a leader in global health? So far, no. Because every year over the last 20 years, the EU has only spent 200 million euro compared to 3.5 in sub-Saharan Africa. I close with just saying that the solution is not producing vaccines, because my data show that even in the countries that had very little contribution in terms of vaccines, there was only like between 10 and 20%, I have the data for each country, were actually administered, which means that we have a problem that comes with the strength of public health system. So words. The EU is not doing what it could be doing for geopolitical reasons.
Can I ask you, you made a very clear point, very clear points. If you want to get an answer, you're going to have to be more concise with the questions. And sorry, because we have 6 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Then next question.
I'll try to be brief. My name is Camilla Landini. I've been working on gender for many years for the different UN agencies, the EU and the Council of Europe. Now I'm an independent consultant, but still working for the UN. You've mentioned gender, immunization. I think that gender and health is very important, but I have the feeling that it's not giving enough attention. We talk about it, but I was a bit disappointed during COVID. I wanted to know, to have data, disaggregated data about, affected people. They were not coming out. I mean, in Italy, we had this list of doctors who died. Most of them were men, so on and so forth. On immunization, we know that there are barriers. Men, women, I mean, it's the same. Are we doing enough on that? Because I have the feeling that when I started working on gender, I mean, there were less prejudices on this. And now there's a lot of discourse, but I would like to see more facts.
Substance.
Yeah, and because also gender stereotypes have been affected how women are taken care of. Thank you very much.
All right. There was, Diva, go ahead. We collect, and then you have 1 minute for this question, and there will be 1 minute each for the panelists to respond. Yeah.
I'll be brief, yeah. So I want to discuss the issue of equity with which the pandemic was handled. In the beginning of the pandemic, some were talking about the pandemic being the great equalizer. The opposite turned out to be true. And a case in point is a TRIPS waiver for the vaccines which India and South Africa requested at the WTO. The compromise result which came out of that was, some say, too little too late. And my question is, well, there's a link probably also with, because of this lack of solidarity, with the kind of lukewarm support of African countries in the General Assembly resolutions on the war in Ukraine, saying like, look, we experience this lack of solidarity. So my question would be, I mean, on the way forward, what is your view on vaccines as a public good? And I mean, some say that without patents, vaccines would not have been developed. So what is your vision if we encounter a future pandemic or epidemic on vaccines as a public good? Thank you.
So now we will. We only have time for concluding remarks.
1 minute each, I would say.
So yes, ambition, gender, and
space and time. So. All in 1 minute, Anders.
Yeah. 1 minute. 3 rapid comments. The 2010 strategy was very successful. It contributed to the drop from 20 million people dying to 8 million people dying. So it was actually quite successful. But we need a new one now to address the different kinds of health issues. I've been working on development for 30 years. I do not believe in development assistance being the solution anymore. It's not about the money, and especially not the aid money. We need to mobilize other resources and other parts of societies in different kinds of partnerships. So the trust issues here, I think, is crucial, and understanding what creates the trust. So on science, I would love to see more science on trust, on political economy, behavior science, not just public health science, because I think that's where we need to find a solution for the future. We know what to do, but how to do it, I think, is really the question for the future. So more research on political economy.
Oksana, over to you. Sorry that we are short of time, so we're going to have to ask you to be as quick as possible.
Yeah, speed. That we are reacting. Indeed, of course, while responding to pandemic, we've also learned, how to do better things. And I think the recent Ebola crisis, the monkeypox crisis, has shown that we can react, more quickly. And this is also all about the amendment in IHR that countries are looking now on how to report quickly. But it's also very important to think about the practicality of IHR, because we saw also countries reporting quickly, but being penalized for this reporting, like in case of South Africa. And we really hope that the country really will implement the obligations, so will not be penalized. On the EU as a global donor, so from our perspective, from WHO perspective, and being the representative of WHO to the European Union, I may say that for us, EU is one of the biggest donors, not only for the global health, but also for WHO. And we do many things, as WHO, as the UN, with the European Union money, and maybe this funding is not always seen, but much of this bulk of the resources goes to Africa. And I was very happy also that during the last African Union, European Union Summit, health was one of the pillars in the joint resolutions, and the European Union really committed to invest in health system and to invest in vaccines productions. On vaccines as public goods, yes. So we are in favor, and we have advocated for TRIPS waiver.
Peter.
Yeah, very quickly. One on the questions on others. Three things have changed, I think. One, that global health in general, epidemics, is on the top political agenda. It has never been at that level, and that's what we have to capitalize on. Secondly, technology, vaccine development, much faster. Three, the emergence of regional bodies as the key elements. Frankly, excuse me for the WHO, but more than WHO or than the global level. And both are necessary, but they're really operational entities, and they're closer to the people. And then a final point here on the on vaccines, yes, as a global good, but I think the only way to change the power relations, because it's about power relations, is to have manufacturing capacity in the places where there is now at the moment a lack of access. And that's why I'm so keen on supporting vaccine manufacturing, but not only for vaccines, but for other things as well. And otherwise, it will always be depending on goodwill, and that's, in my view, not the best basis for, for access and equality.
Thank you very much. And Heidi, your last words.
I know we're technically ended, but I would just say, in addition to all the system preparedness, important issues we've raised, just to not forget the societal preparedness. What could we have done better to prepare communities, to prepare society for dealing with these kinds of situations, and get that conversation going? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And this leads this panel to an end. In wrapping up, the gender issue was mentioned several times as well. It will remain in the radar over the coming weeks. I want to ask the audience to give a big applause to the speakers, to our co-moderator.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Catch us in the area to talk more about global health if you want.
I'm sure there are many pending questions for the speakers. So see you around.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Badia Fiesolana, the seat of the European University Institute since 1976. The Badia, which dates back to the 12th century, houses the EUI Library, the Office of the President, the Central Administration, and the Department of Political and Social Sciences. We are here in the EUI Library, which houses a collection of more than 960,000 books, print and electronic. The collections, together with the services and the infrastructures, make this one of the most internationally recognized social science research libraries in Europe. Among the collections are books in 60 different languages. The library provides access to over 240 databases, as well as an extensive collection of full-text e-journals, e-books, and electronic working papers. There are also more than 170 workspaces available on a first-come, first-served basis. Last but not least, the library has the status of European Documentation Center, an official depository of EU publications and documents. This is the Refettorio, one of the largest spaces here in the Badia, seating up to 200 people. The room is equipped with hybrid conferencing technology and sound diffusion. This is where many seminars, workshops and lectures take place, as well as some of the high-level conferences hosted here at the EUI. During the Renaissance, this was the friars' refectory, where meals were taken in rigorous silence. The fresco depicts Christ fed by angels and was completed by Giovanni da San Giovanni in the 17th century. Here we are in the upper cloister of the Badia, which was originally an open loggia. Today, it is equipped with 28 working spaces, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here you will also find access to 12 PCs and 24 screens. This is a great place to work. It is quiet, and if you need a break, you can step out onto the upper loggia to get some fresh air and enjoy a beautiful view of Florence. Welcome to the Mensa, the dining hall of the Badia, shared by researchers, faculty, staff, and visitors. Lunch is served here from Monday to Friday. You can choose from various menu options, including vegetarian dishes, and there is always a dessert. This is a great place to connect with fellow colleagues and friends. You can also take your lunch out on the terrace and enjoy a panoramic view of Florence.
Welcome to Villa Salviati, home to the Department of Law and the Department of History. This is the Sala del Consiglio, here at Villa Salviati. It is used for seminars and conferences and can seat up to 150 people. The hall dates back to the 16th century and was originally used as a service area.
We are here on the second floor of Villa Salviati, which was originally an open loggia overlooking the courtyard. Today, this area houses 44 workspaces equipped with 17 computers. These spaces are dedicated to PhD researchers in the departments of history and law and are available on a first-come, first-served basis. This is where researchers can come for a quiet space. It's a great place to work when you need to focus.
Here we are in the historical archives of the European Union. Established in 1984 and located in Villa Salviati, this is where the archival deposits of the European institutions are preserved and made available for research. This state-of-the-art archives facility can hold up to 11,000 linear meters of documents. Nearly 560,000 archival files are stored in the deposits beneath Villa Salviati, along with a growing audiovisual collection with more than 60,000 photographs, 8,000 audio recordings, and 1,000 video recordings. Our reference library on European integration contains over 15,000 volumes.
Welcome to Villa La Fonte, home of the Department of Economics.
This is the library here at Villa La Fonte, with desks available for first-year researchers on a first-time, first-served basis. Here, next door, are some of the working spaces allocated to PhD researchers in the second year now. About 70 desks across 7 offices are dedicated to PhD researchers. About half of these desks are equipped with desktop computers. We're here on the terrace of Villa La Fonte, overlooking the gardens. This is a great place for lunch or a coffee. It can also be used as a workspace when you need some fresh air or for meetings. This is a place to bump into both researchers and faculty, and a place to be inspired.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 edition of the State of the Union organized by the European University Institute here in Florence. which we hope you're all tweeting in the hashtag SOU2023. My name is Kalypso Nicolaïdis. I'm a professorial chair in global affairs at the School of Transnational Governance here at EUI. And I'm delighted to introduce our panel today called Fragmentation, Disorder, and the Reconstruction of Europe's Global Role. This is a panel which starts from the presumption or the diagnosis that if Europe is to remain relevant in this world we're all talking about, a world of greater and greater disorder, facing mega global challenges, well, it better move out of its own bubble. And in order to do that, it needs to decenter. It needs to reverse the gaze. It needs to ask, what does the world look like from elsewhere? What does Europe look like from elsewhere? Well, this question is a question we've now been asking for 2 years in a program, the Darndorf program, which brings together a number of universities, which is coordinated by the University of Oxford, and where EUI is taking part, a program which brings together universities from China, Russia, the United States, India, and where mostly young people, but with the participation of some of us faculty, have been indeed asking this question together and discussing Europe in a changing world seen from their part of the world. And so today, this panel is going to indeed try to share some of the initial insights that we have gathered. And to get our conversation going, Timothy Gartenage, who is Professor of European Studies at Oxford and has been coordinating the program, is going to share some of his initial thoughts. He's the author of Homelands, A Personal History of Europe, which just came out, highly recommended. And he will be followed by 3 speakers who've been playing an important role in this program of cooperation, starting with Senem Aydin Düzgit, who is professor at Sabancı University and whose last book is about Turkey de-Europeanizing. She will be followed by Xiaoyu Lu, who is professor at Beijing University, did his PhD with us in Oxford, when I say us, Oxford, on norm storytelling and international institutions in China. And finally, last but not least, Hartmut Meyer, who is also professor at Oxford and has been working on many of these issues, including European Union and Japan. So without further ado, Tim, please share with us, as an opening speaker, your remarks on this topic of Europe and the world.
Thank you very much, Kalypso. It's great to be here with so many of our academic partners. If I say the word citrus, probably most of you would think of citrus fruit and Italy, as in "Kennst du das Land, wo die Zitronen blühen?" Citrus in our project is an acronym for China, India, Turkey, Russia, and the US, citrus. An acronym disliked almost equally by all the countries involved. And what we were doing in this project, as Kalypso said, is to reverse the gaze on Europe and look at ourselves from the point of view of these major non-European powers. Our work is both qualitative and quantitative, and some of the things we found emerge in the polling we did with ECFR, which some of you will have seen earlier this year, when we did polling both in Europe and in China, India, Turkey, Russia, and the US. If you look at China, India, and Turkey, you find 2 things. Number 1, whereas Europe and the US are relatively united in wanting something to be called Ukrainian victory, China, India, and Turkey want the war to end as soon as possible, even if it means Ukraine giving up a lot of its territory. But more than that, China, India, and Turkey regard Russia, despite the fact that it's waging a major war of recolonization in Ukraine, as an entirely acceptable partner. So if you put together the responses on the question, do you see this country as ally or necessary partner. In India, the answers are the US, 87%, ally or necessary partner, EU, 82%, UK, 80%, we must be thankful for that in Brexit Britain, Russia, 80%, right? So in other words, Russia is absolutely fine along with the US, EU, UK. Turkey, even more shocking. Ally and necessary partner together, EU 73%, Russia 69%, US, NATO ally of Turkey, only 65%. So more Turks say that Russia is an ally and necessary partner than say the US is. Elite discourse and government policy bears out this picture. So, for example, instead of joining sanctions on Russian oil, India has just taken a lot of it. So Indians' consumption of Russian crude has gone up from 1% of its consumption to 30%. So Europe, we have a problem. Two framings of the issue which I think do us no good at all. One is Joe Biden, democracy versus autocracy. Great dichotomy. It doesn't work in terms of traction in these countries. In our polling, we asked the question, which country do you think comes closest to being a real democracy? 77% of the Chinese said China. Amazing. 57% of the Indians, perhaps less amazing. 36% of the Turks. So it was actually a plurality in Turkey, the biggest single group. So it just doesn't work as an appeal to these countries. The second framing, which I think is extremely ineffective, is that of the global south. How many times have you heard the words global south already today? I bet not a few. At the Munich Security Conference, every second word was global south. The first thing we need to do if we want to appeal to countries of the quote-unquote global south is to stop talking about the global south, right? This undifferentiated mass of countries who we are somehow going to win over to the only true good cause, which is the cause of the West. My colleague Faisal De Meo points out that even those countries which themselves speak in the name of the global south, like India, don't actually think of themselves as being part of the global south. No, how do they think about themselves, China, India, Turkey? They think about themselves as countries that were once great empires, then suffered colonialism from European empires, and are now again great powers, amongst other great powers. And they can deal with Russia on one issue, the US on another, and the EU on another, from issue to issue. So that brings me very quickly to a sort of challenge to the panel. I'm going to put this incredibly simply and provocatively, and then all our very sophisticated panelists will complicate the issue, okay? In the simplest terms, I think the position is this, if we look at world order. 20 years ago, we thought, we naively hoped, we fondly believed, that late 20th century Europe was going to be a model for the world, right? Multi-level governance, rules-based, cooperative, transnational governance, as in the School of Transnational Governance. Today, it looks more as if the world of the early 21st century is going to look more like late 19th century Europe, writ large. That is to say, a world of competing great powers and empires, but on a global scale. But with this important qualification that it's in entirely different circumstances, right? Well, the first qualification is they're no longer European empires or great powers. They're powers that have suffered from European colonialism, but beyond that, economic interdependence, hyperconnectivity, global challenges like climate change, development, AI, pandemics, 140 million people in Africa in danger of hunger, and so on. So, if you like, late 19th century geopolitics, but early 21st century problems. What do we do about it? That's what we're going to address in the next phase of this project on Europe in a changing world, which my colleague Hartmut Meyer, on the far left over there, but only physically, will be taking forward. I would just make two very simple suggestions, and then I will sit down and we'll go into the discussion. Suggestion number one, specifically to the EU, less preaching, more listening, right? The EU, no one preaches more than the EU. And some would say no one listens less. You need to listen to these countries themselves to understand where they're coming from and how they see us. And that's the beginning of wisdom in dealing with them. Second point, although we certainly should not in any way, shape, or form compromise on our values. Political prisoners in Turkey, for example, an absolute outrage. Before the 14th of May election, after the 14th of May election, we have to hint on that. Nonetheless, rather than this sort of values-based preaching, I think we might actually get further with a more interest-based kind of dialogue, where you take China, you take India, you take Turkey as individual countries, and you draw kind of multiple Venn diagrams. Here are our interests on this issue, be it trade or global warming or relations with Russia or relations with Japan or whatever it may be. Here are your interests. Where the Venn diagram has an intersection, there it's possible to have a conversation. And I think we might actually get rather further with countries like China, India, and Turkey if we had that more interest-based dialogue customized to each country. With that, it gives me great pleasure to sit down and for our very sophisticated panelists to then complicate the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and I'm now going to encourage our panelists to respond to your multiple challenges, starting with Senem, who has written for many, many years on EU and Turkey. And Senem, the picture has changed. And indeed, perhaps it would be, Erdogan would absolutely be happy to hear less preaching and more interest-based, because this was what has happened for many years. But on the other hand, here you are, a citizen and an academic from Turkey at a time where perhaps the dichotomy between autocracy and democracy does look relevant when elections are coming up in Turkey, in this whole story of a domestic political upheaval. I mean, what role does your perception of Europe play and Europe's perception of what is happening in Turkey play?
Okay, thank you very much, Kalypso, and thanks very much for the question and also for Professor Esch's introductory statements as well, which I will try and engage with. Now, interest-based collaboration, of course, is important, but then it's also very important to realize what the repercussions of certain interest-based collaboration might be for the more pro-European or pro-Western or pro-liberal factions of that society. Now, the Turkish-European case, I think, is ideal in demonstrating how wrong this can go in different directions, especially when we make reference to the migration deal, for instance, between EU and Turkey. Because what we've seen is that even today, even in the wake of election, we have 1 week left for the elections, and you see the opposition talking about all kinds of issues, and Europe never ever figures, except in the context of negative representation when the topic is of the migration deal. And I think that tells wonders, about how the pro-democracy forces, including the Kurds, right, not just sort of nationalist opposition to Erdogan, but the Kurds or left-wing liberals or whatever, what have you, because they've all made an alignment now against Erdogan, as I'm sure some of you have been following, do not make a reference to Europe when they talk about democracy, when they talk about human rights, etc. Now, I think that's very telling and that's very worrying, because that also shows something which might help us to draw lessons for EU's general foreign policy in its neighborhood, including Ukraine, including Western Balkans. So this is a topic that is definitely beyond Turkey itself, that enlargement policy, when it is not managed properly, credibly, consistently, when it is not backed with different forms of integration, where substantial input and voices of the third parties are also involved and heard, it can end up miserably, fueling support for anti-European or anti-democratic forces within the third country. And this is precisely what's happened in Turkey. So today, that's why you don't hear much of Europe, or you might hear about democracy, but not with reference to Europe, even among the most democratic forces, not just in the political elite, but in society as well. And I think that is a very worrying development, and that can draw us a lot of lessons about how the future of enlargement should go and whether it should be reformed, and if so, how.
It will be interesting to ask what this would mean if the opposition wins the election. Where will Europe feature if it had let you down, as it were, as you just
Well,
said?
of course, if they do win, Europe will feature again, because there's one thing to talk about it before the elections and during campaigns where you're trying to maximize support, basically, and another thing when you're actually trying to govern the country, so you'd have to sit down and deal with your partners in a concrete fashion, which is what the opposition will have to do if they can govern, right? If they come to power. So, of course, Turkey's number one trading partner is still the European Union, and it has all kinds of connections there. You know, yes, migration deal, even though it's a very toxic issue, it's still there. The opposition says it will renegotiate it. We don't know how, but they will open it to public debate. And, of course, there are other issues, like, you know, the Green Deal and how Turkey will have to adjust to that because of the trade connection and the customs union and its renegotiation. So everything will be up for grabs, and the bar has been lowered so much during the AKP rule that there will in fact a lot of ground on which progress will be made, and I think the opposition is aware of that. One thing that I think the European policymakers should be careful of not doing is to give the message that they're worried about a democratic victory because of what will happen to the migration deal, for instance. Because that's the kind of message that's been kind of being filtered into Turkish media and society recently, and that is very worrying. So the message there should be, okay, let's discuss everything. We're open to that, as long as Turkey returns to democracy, as long as it reverts back from authoritarianism. And in case that happens, I think there might be a lot of progress. And there's another thing, which I also final points, Kalypso, that I see being discussed in the context of, again, a potential opposition win is, what if they want enlargement again? What if they come and knock on Europe's door, just as Europe is trying to figure out what it's going to do with the Balkans and also with Ukraine in the next couple of years? I don't think the opposition wants to push that, at least in the short term. And there is a lot of mistrust that's been built between the two sides that will have to be first dealt with before the topic can even get to that. So I think it's important to clarify that one as well.
Which raises again the question of whether enlargement is Europe's one and only foreign policy.
Yeah.
And brings us to China.
Yes.
Chan Yu. Respond please for us to Tim's challenge. Interest-based relation with Europe, that's what we've seen from China. And look at the last voyage of Macron and Ursula von der Leyen to China. How do you see it from there, from Beijing?
Yes. From Beijing, we complained about the traffic of the delegations created. But to touch on more serious issues for Europe, because this panel is about Europe to play a global role. And regarding that, I have 2 points which I would like to share related to China. Now, one point, of course, is the one touched by Tim already. It's about this dilemma Europe or European Union more specifically face. Is the dilemma between norms and interest. Because European Union tend to claim itself as a normative power. But every now and then, you have to choose between your geopolitical interest and norms. And I want to highlight this by giving you the debate about the Ukrainian war within China, which of course is a very contested one. Now, contrary to the general assumption, actually there's not a lot of question about the invasion of Russia or the sovereignty of Ukraine as a nation state. But the real debate happened that acknowledging that how China should actually respond, how China should position itself. And I think it is most interesting that even for those who advocate to condemn Russia openly, feel reluctant to join European Union for a coalition against Russia, in terms of sanctions and the other kind of diplomatic actions. The reason which they gave is very obvious. They said that it is simply hypocritical for the European Union to ignore what happened in terms of the Saudi Arabia campaign in Yemen, and also about the Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories, while calling for this unified action regarding Ukraine. So for China, of course, and I believe that is not only for China, for a lot of countries, maybe from the global south, a term that Tim will not agree, but it is very clear to us that Europe has been selective in implementing its norms or applying these norms. And it is almost feel, this might be a little bit controversial, but it's almost feel that Europe is acting Europe first without saying it.
So absolutely not doing what Tim talks about, not preaching,
yeah.
And indeed not asking the rest of the world to join it, but rather to create a setting, new rules of the game, or to contribute to rules of the game where there is some equality.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that can be one direction of approaching this issue, this kind of dilemma between interest and the norms. Now, the second aspect, which is also related to the normative question, is that this is a question which I encountered all the time when I'm in Europe, is that when talking about China, the constant question is that this is an emergent power we don't share value with, right? And because of that, this creates this kind of China threat or the fear of China. But if you talk about the collaboration between China and the European Union, or between Europe, back in the 1980s, arguably that China shared much less values with the European countries, but there seem to be no problems in terms of the collaboration on the normative level between China and Europe. And now, arguably, I would say that even that we consider all the political changes within China in the past 10 years or so, China and Europe still share far more things in common in comparison to 30 years ago or 40 years ago,
like
when China just started the opening up and the reform.
Like what values?
In terms of that, I will give you a very specific one. If you look at China and Europe's position on globalisation, both actors exactly want managed and regulated globalization. We all want to keep the progressive forces of the market while still see the necessity for regulation and state intervention. I think this is more or less a consensus has established. For Europe, it's probably from the 1970s, and for China, that is from the late 1980s to 1990s. I think this is a common thing. And because I work in international conflict and post-conflict countries, and hardly anyone can give one example when actually China and the EU would disagree strongly about the necessity for peaceful and stable transitions of countries in conflict and post-conflict scenarios. So if you look at what actually happened on the ground, you would not argue that China and the EU will have more differences in value, specifically in those recent years. And additional point to that is that then why Europe would actually fear or have more kind of like feel threatened by China in recent years. For a lot of Chinese observers, the simple answer is because of the change in the power balance. Europe feel that it is no longer can influence China as strongly as say 10 years or 20 years ago. I still encounter this question nowadays. People would come and ask me how Europe can still influence China today. And my answer would be simply that it won't be as like before. That is the simple answer. And I think that Europe worry that once it cannot influence China as strongly as before, what happened is that China will influence Europe geopolitically. But now I have seen little evidence of China's will and capacity to influence Europe as a whole, because China has its own domestic issues. China sees the geopolitical risk within Asia and with the United States far more, in a way, graver in comparison to that between China and the European Union.
Thank you for this. And let's turn to Hartmut and ask, is Xiaoyu right that Europe is a bit paranoid? I mean, the power should not feel threatened by Chinese overwhelming power these days.
Yeah, whether Europe is paranoid or hypocritical or whatever brings us back to basics. We are the Darndorf program, And we celebrate Ralph Dahrendorf, a public intellectual, a liberal, a sociologist, a domestic politician, a European commissioner, the president of the LSE, and the warden of St. Anthony's. And at some point he was asked, how would you define a liberal intellectual in one sentence? And he said, it's someone who is prepared to engage with complexity. And I think that's what we need to use as our guidance, because all the G2 world, decoupling, de-risking, and so on, these are simple concepts, and what we need to do is to engage with the complexity. And the complexity is, and I refer to that, the world order. I like to borrow the Amitav Acharya, a multiplex world, where you have a main movie and so many side movies in the same complex world order. And what we need to understand when we engage with complexity is what movie are we watching, what kind of narrative are we engaging with, and to what extent are we willing to accept that movie or try to go to another movie. And when Tim says these are the principles, less preaching, I totally agree, more listening, I totally agree, is a different conversation. But we can deconstruct it until hell freezes over, and we can criticize the Europeans for being hypocritical and this and that.
Tim, I'll turn to you.
We have to take that as a step further. Every government, every society is hypocritical, and there's no one more hypocritical than the Chinese government by preaching non-engagement in the domestic affairs, while at the same time building a 16+ strategy and saying we democratize Europe by providing an exclusive bilateral dialogue with each of these countries, and we can say what the interest is to break Europe, it's not to empower them, and so on. And I want to have a dialogue where we actually tell each other what the movies are, what the narrative is, and look at who defines the narrative. And when you say in the 80s Europe and China had the same interests, well, we can discuss that. Who defines what the main movie is? Is it about development, or is it about human rights? Is it about freedom, and so on? And I think what we need, because I'm in the position to say let's lead the next phase of the Dahrendorf program, what Europe should do, we have identified the problems of European foreign policy forever, right? Expectation capability gap, hypocrisy, the lack of consistency and coherence. We have criticized ourselves, we have said shame on us, post-colonial, and so on, and let's continue to do that. But let's do it with others as well, and then say, what is the problem with China? What is the problem with Russia, and so on? What we shouldn't do is what the German ambassador in Portugal did at a conference I attended, said we have 4 problems, I have 20 minutes. I give each problem 5 minutes. One is China, one is Russia, one is America, and one is Europe. And he treated these problems as equal. And that's not the case. What actually the Ukraine war has shown us, there's a priority of problems. And America, yes, we can criticize it, but it's the cornerstone of our relations. It's the anchor of global order. Yes, we can criticize Europe, but if we give up Europe, there is nothing left. And it's a different degree of problem that we need to engage with, and then Russia and China. And once we have said we all have problems, we're all hypocritical, we can deconstruct everything, but what do we do when we do actually build global order to address global problems, and how can we work together? And the old, I mean, it's good to go back to history, the old NATO formula, deterrence and detente, and the emphasis on Europe has to be strong, willing to defend its values, but also its territory and so on. And based on that strength, which I believe, Tim said I'm on the far left, but not politically, I've always been a committed transatlanticist, and I don't call it left or right. It's just if you want to have a free society, you cannot ignore that the transatlantic anchor is the basis of everything, and then we can have a dialogue. And let's have that dialogue. Let's criticize each other, because by criticizing each other, we respect each other and understand each other's constraints, but let's not compromise, and let's not say the Europeans did everything wrong. In fact, the starting point is we all have our histories, but we have a global responsibility for the environment, for migration, for all the problems, and we need to work together. But not on other people's terms. I leave it there.
Before I turn to Tim to react to everybody's reaction, I just wanted to give you, Chair, you the opportunity to react to Hartmut's provocation of, well, Chinese possible, hypocrisy or double standards, what it tries to do to Europe. It's not all harmonious. And I want to say in passing that I'm glad you mentioned, Hartmut, Amitabhacharya, because India is part of our program. It's not represented on this panel, but it's perhaps the epitome of a country from the Global South which has mastered strategic hedging, as we say. And maybe Europe needs to accept a world where countries in the Global South will indeed pursue their interests, which will be fluid, depending on what type of crisis, energy, food, etc., they will be facing. Maybe that's the kind of world we can't control, we Europeans, as we have tried to in the past, but maybe China can't either. So is China as hypocritical as it were as Europe?
I think the question is that, is China trying to create a divided Europe, right? And is China following a divide and conquer strategy, so to speak, within the European Union? And my answer to that, and my observation to that, is that it is not only difficult for the Europeans, it's also difficult for the Chinese policymakers to figure out how European Union actually works. It is an issue to a lot of levels, down to really technical and pragmatic issue. For example, if China wants to decide a trade treaty and collaborations that can apply to all member states in the European Union, how it would actually do that, right? For China, the divide and conquer strategy is really not about creating this kind of geopolitical advantage for China, but rather to find out a way of working individually with each European country, which is not, because bilateral ways is always the way. And this is the established channels that the Chinese government will find no risk of doing it. But working on the regional level, as I said, that if you can find the European delegation can go to China, explain that how the decision-making process actually happened with the European Union, and on what issues China can work with the European Union, and what issues that China should work with the individual member states, I think China would actually have open arms to this suggestion and the delegation. And further to that is that it has always been China's strategic, in a way, a dream, or to a certain extent delusion now, to have a strategic autonomous Europe. This has been something advocated by China from the 1990s, because China imagined kind of this can create the distance between the European Union and also the United States, right? So I would not think that a stronger and a more united Europe is something China is afraid of. Even that, I think this is something strategically China might welcome. If China can show that, or can be shown that Europe is a completely independent decision-making force within the coming global order.
Well, indeed, this magic word of strategic autonomy has come up in several of the panels of the State of the Union, and everybody defines it differently. But some would say, well, strategic autonomy with privileged partners. It's not quite as autonomous as perhaps China dreams of. So, Tim, your reaction to what you've heard, and then we turn to Q&A, so I am on the lookout for hands.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, to what Xiao Yu said, I mean, there's a premise in there, which is... I have a microphone, can you hear me now?
Mike, please.
Hello? Tim, you might want to, because you're not mic'd up.
How's that? You hear that? Can you hear now?
No, I think you don't need the big mic because you have the little mic.
It's now working, okay.
Yeah.
On what Xiao Yu said, I mean, there's a premise in there, which is if we have a stronger, more united Europe, which wants to be more autonomous from the United States. But what if we had a stronger, more united Europe, which saw itself as consciously Euro-Atlanticist in a strategic partnership with the United States? One suspects that China would not be so happy about that. So it's only the Euro-goalist version of European unity which China is particularly keen on. I really wanted to respond to Senem because it's a very good challenge. And what it tells me is that there are indeed several different theaters in this multiplex. And actually it teases out something we found in this project, which is that there's a real difference between China and India, where the question Europe, not Europe, is not in any way a domestic question. And Turkey and Russia, where it's a domestic question. Do we want to be European or not European? And similarly in Russia. And what I would say to you, Senem, because it's a very good challenge, is I wish we had had the problem that for the last 25, 30 years, Turkey had consistently been saying what Ukraine has been saying for the last 25 years, is we really want to be in Europe because we want to be liberal and democratic and free and secure. But of course, that's not the problem that we've actually had under Erdogan. In the meantime, first the East Central Europeans and the Southeast Europeans have got in, and now you have Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia coming in. So it would be a really interesting and difficult challenge for Europe, I think, if we did finally, which I'd love to see, have a Turkish opposition that came to power and said, we really want to get back to Europe again.
They probably will. So you'll have to be ready for that.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
But of course, it does matter what Europe says in return.
Yeah.
There was a time when I was known in Turkey for stating that Turkey will be the Viagra of Europe. But this was almost 20 years ago, and Turkey has changed a lot, and the European discourse has changed too. So
I'm not sure we want to follow that metaphor too far.
Not too far, and certainly not anymore. So we're taking questions here, one in the first row. And I'm watching for hands.
Yes, thank you very much. I was wondering, I would like to come back to the issue of less preaching, more interest. And the thought have crossed my mind that, some could say that it was more or less the principle that guided the relationship with Russia over the past, let's say, 30, 40 years. In German, there's a Handel durch Wandel kind of dogma that has been so much discredited. And I was wondering whether you could agree with that thought on the one hand, and on the other hand, if you would, if, within that experience lies a cautionary tale of when you apply these principles, how it could go wrong and where it could go wrong. And then there's, if I may, just a second question for Professor Liu. Is it so difficult from the Chinese perspective to understand that there's a difference in proximity and history and experience between Ukraine and Yemen? Even if, from a very large perspective, everybody would need to agree that both tragedies would deserve the same kind of attention and treatment and compassion, is it from a strategic level so difficult to see why Europeans would interact and react to what's happening in Ukraine so much more hefty than actually, and fiercely than actually they reacted to other world tragedies? Thank you.
One thing I would say we might have forgotten to stress is that our program, Europe in a Changing World, involves many young people from all of these countries. And this issue of the double standards of Europe always comes back from the next generation to, not that I'm saying you're not young, Lou, but all the other young people. So perhaps you, Tim, on preaching?
Isabel, I'll take the question on Russland verstehe, the so-called Russland verstehe. And the whole point is precisely that it was precisely the Russland verstehe who totally failed to understand Russia. And so the kind of verstehen I'm talking about in the Dilte sense is a deep understanding of what is actually driving these societies, which may actually yield extremely concerning, worrying lessons as a proper understanding of the dynamics in Russia since Putin came to power, since the 2000s, would have yielded. So verstehen doesn't mean going soft.
And regarding the China's acknowledgement of the priority of the Ukrainian issue for Europeans, of course China recognizes that, and China also arguably sees the Ukrainian war as a more destabilizing factor for the global order in comparison to the other international conflict. But what I simply put there is China saying that it might be better for Europe to say, look, this is our strategic interest to talk about Ukraine rather than other conflict, than saying that, because of the international norms, we must do more on the Ukrainian issue, because according to international norms, you should do equally to the other international conflict and unlawful interventions as well. Yeah, and I think that it's actually not harmful for the European Union to say that it can deliver the position of the European Union more clearly to China. Yes.
Sen, I would like to reply to Hartmut's
Just
comments.
add something to what Hartmut has said. I mean, we've been discussing this hypocrisy charge, basically, right? So that, of course, relates a lot to the overall debates about the liberal international order and its contesters and its contestations. I think the problem here is not that just everybody is hypocritical, of course, yes, but it's about the fact that the hypocrisy charge holds for powers, for countries who are positioning themselves as the vanguards of this liberal international order, this rules-based order. So that kind of, in a way, makes them more vulnerable to the hypocrisy charge, especially from a global justice perspective, right? And what happens is that, I mean, we've discussed China, yes, of course, it's a great power and everything, but you also have other middle powers, mostly experiencing democratic backsliding these days, not just Turkey. You know, you have countries from Indonesia, South Africa, Mexico, whatever. And especially in the Turkish case, of course, this is very illustrative. What you see is that in pursuit of their own interests, mainly for the interests of regime security in these states, whenever they conduct their foreign policy abroad, globally, they go and they position themselves in relation to a hypocritical Europe. And that works in some audiences. Like, for instance, with Turkish foreign policy, we see that it works in Africa. Because Turkey is consistently pursuing the line that, look at Europe, how they're behaving in the subject of reparations, how they're not owning up to their history, and here we are, a country that's not burdened by the colonial past, and we, you know, promise you development aid, etc., without that kind of agenda, which is, of course, you know, not the case, but that doesn't matter. It finds reception. Research shows us that it finds reception. Or the sort of lack of impartiality when, for instance, Europeans shake hands with Sisi in Egypt, right? Not that Erdogan is concerned about democracy in Egypt, right? But that's not the point, but it holds. Or the refugee crisis, right? And how Europe behaves, or Islamophobia, rise of far right, everything you see that's translated immediately in the foreign policy discourses of these powers in the corners of the world where you think this is not a subject of debate. It is. I mean, I've done a lot of research on the discourses of these powers, and trust me, it's there. It's because they know that it resonates, and there is reception. I think that's the problem.
And so would you agree that the EU should do less preaching? That could be a conclusion.
Either it has to practice what it preaches, but the worst is when it sort of positions itself as a vanguard of the order, but then it sticks to a very contingent understanding of liberalism in its development, in its aid, in its migration, what have you, in different policy areas.
And of course, in that charge of double standards, there is an inconsistency. There's another ism, which is multilateralism, and the charge from the Global South especially, that the EU is the greatest preacher of multilateralism, multilateral order. We all sit around the table, but it is often tempted to act unilaterally, including the way, for instance, it designed the sanctions on Ukraine with the US, but without really thinking through and integrating the impact this may have had on the rest of the world, and asking them, well, let's think about this together. So yes, we speak multilateral, but we act unilateral.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's another dimension.
True.
I have can I take a couple of questions and you go back to you? So in the back there and here. I'll take a couple of questions.
Thank you very much.
First in the back. No, he has a microphone already.
Thank you very much for the interesting questions, debate. I have a question to Professor Aydin about Turkey and the elections. Like next week there will be a crucial election in Turkey and everybody talks about that. But do you think how much the relations between Ankara and Brussels is going to change, even if Kılıçdaroğlu, even if the opposition win? Because like they've been 20 years of negotiations, and now like this morning we debated, there was debate about Western Balkans, about Ukraine. How is perceived in Turkey this, from one side the relations and the negotiation with Turkey stopped, blocked, but from the other side the Western Balkans and their more willingness to accept those countries. Do you think after the elections there might be a new beginning, if you can say in this way? Do you think that Turkish politicians would like to open a debate with Europe. And one thing I spent some time last year in Turkey. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. You'll respond quickly, and then we have the question here from one of the members of our Darndorf program. Yes.
Shall I respond?
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, I believe if the opposition wins, of course that's also a big if, but if they do win, I think there will be a boost in the relations. But that's not going to be in the framework of enlargement. I think we need to distinguish between that and the boost in relations. There is a lot right now that can happen between EU and Turkey in a positive direction, which is not happening because of the fact that Erdogan is in power. We're not discussing the green agenda, we're not discussing Turkey's alignment, we're not discussing visa facilitation, we're not talking about the customs union renewal, nothing. Only the migration deal. There's absolutely nothing, not even on the transactional side of things, that's happening between the two sides. So I think that would pick up, and that would create some kind of a fresh impetus to the relationship. And I think the opposition is aware that the world has changed considerably, including Europe and Turkey, in the last 20 years, that bringing the issue of enlargement as a kind of a first step in the boost of the relationship would not work to their advantage and would not be realistic. That might happen in, I don't know, in the next years to follow, if Turkey does make progress on other areas, but I don't think that would be the starting line.
Indeed. Question here, and Hartmut, you'll be the first to.
Well, thank you for this very interesting discussion. I would just like to relate back to this idea of less preaching, more talking. At the same time, 70% of Chinese citizens believing that China is a model of democracy. So there is this growing divergence between the norms and the interests. But how does it play, especially with relation to the EU's claim of universal values? Do we drop down this universalist pretense of knowing what democracy, rule of law is? Do we maintain it, or we start treating it as inherently European in order not to give another ammunition for this double standards? Or what should be the way forward in your opinion?
Hartmut, you wanted to jump in on this question of preaching.
Well,
and who's preaching?
I think in Oxford we have had a long tradition of saying that don't preach and listen. We had rethinking in a non-European world. I wrote something in 2008 about Dorian Gray, and we are so narcissistic and all of that. It's an old theme. But on the question about universalism and pluralism, come back to Dahrendorf and the essential tensions within liberalism, it is one of those that will always be there. How can you be universal and pluralistic? And I think in Europe we have the same problem, how not even as far as human rights are concerned, we have unity in Europe. LGBT rights, we have 27 interpretations of that and so on. And that tension between universalism and pluralism is one that is always there. But the moment that we are aware of it and trying to balance and saying, yes, we understand, we are more on the pluralistic, on the tolerant side, on the communitarian, but the opposite is a universal liberalism and so on. That permanent dialogue, which is part of liberal politics, I think we have to accept as a tension that doesn't go away. On multilateralism and preaching it and saying, and the moment you want it, and they say, Brazil, I'll be the mediator between Ukraine and Russia, you say, Brazil, you have nothing to do with this. That is not the type of inclusive multilateralism that we actually in the global scale favor. But you cannot shy away from multilateralism. And if the European Union is, as they say, in the even 2003 European strategy, effective multilateralism in a multipolar order, that's not a bad starting point. If we then go into multi-level governance and you say that it's boring in the 90s and all gone, but what did multi-level governance mean is actually addressing the problem at the appropriate level. That's the oldest principle of the European integration process, and it is bringing the citizens in and saying these problems are not the old permissive consensus for the experts, but here is a democracy and here is engagement and so on. And I do not shy away from defending it, both the citizen engagement as well as multilateralism, but redefining multilateralism, and then what we say and what we do. There has always been in Europe that tension, but we can do more to be more inclusive multilateral, but we don't shy away from multilateralism while recognizing that we might be the only region that thinks in multilateral terms while others have competitive, this and this. And yeah, that's where we are. That's the complexity, that's the permanent engagement. And if there was an easy answer, we wouldn't have understood the problem. It's the complexity that we need to address. That's what
there is a very simplistic, maybe too idealistic version of this, which Alberto and I have been arguing under the label of citizen power Europe, that maybe that should be what I call our democratic geopolitics. That could be the strength of Europe, but we are pretty far from that. So now we have this question indeed of unilateral universalism. Is that not a contradiction?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the European Union cannot be plausible in preaching these values if it cannot even enforce them in its own member states. Hungary. So the other very important, the Turkish election, is crucial for Europe. Yeah. The other one is obviously the Polish election. Second point, there has always been a tension between Europe as a bounded community, a necessarily bounded community, and Europe as an idea, an ideal, a Kantian liberal universalist project. Now, we thought we kind of squared that circle in the 1990s and 2000s because we were a stepping stone along the road to Immanuel Kant's world civil society. But now history is not going that way anymore, rather clearly, as our relative power declines in an increasingly post-Western world and as mass migratory pressures increase at the same time as domestic panic about migration completely roils our politics, we risk coming into this position of universalist exceptionalism, which is a contradiction in terms, or sheer hypocrisy. And I think we just have to recognize how acute the tension is. I think what Hartmut said is part of the answer, but can I just quickly mention one other part of the answer? If we're really serious about ensuring that the choice between Europe and not Europe is not the choice between life and death, and that's what it is, one side or the other side of the frontier at Ceuta on the mainland of Africa. It's a choice between life and death. Then we have to be much more serious about our development policy. And one way to address this attention to have a much more substantive, much more intensive European development policy.
Indeed, the greatest challenge. I had some hands. I will take one last question, Liz. The microphone here, please. And then give you each a minute to answer. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. My name is Elizabeth, Policy Leader Fellow at the School of Transnational Governance. I'm listening to the conversation, I'm thinking, maybe the challenge is not so much the world is changing, but does Europe understand its place in this changing world? And I think there are two parts to this conversation. On one hand is actually the declining power of Europe, so it doesn't matter whether we look at it financially, militarily, population-wise, it's a declining power. But on the other hand is a privileged position of Europe. And so where I come from, we're sitting here with, for example, a debt crisis, and we hear the voice of China, and we hear the voice of the United States, but we don't hear the voice of Europe. We would, I think, really appreciate the voice of Europe in that debate. We would appreciate the voice of Europe in issues around social justice. We're very curious whether strategic autonomy means that we will have a mutually beneficial relationship with Europe, or whether we continue to have a relationship in which it's very much extractive in nature. And so for me, that's where I'm sitting and listening to this conversation and thinking, is it that Europe doesn't really understand both the decline, but also the privilege that it still holds in its position?
So the end of European extractivism, I think, Charles, you will give us the point of view of China on this one. And isn't China also culpable of some of this, including in African countries.
Yes, of course. I think that officially speaking, that China has always been in the position of asking that for a global order that is with more social justice. That has always been the position there. And of course, what has been reflected behind it is that can we put justice as a universal value, properly advocated more strongly by the emergent powers than other set of values? And I personally would not put this into a conflict of different values or norms, so to speak. But I'm still a strong believer in universalism, but I believe universalism right now in this global disorder is in making. So it's universalism in making. It's not some universal values that are already there, but it's something we have to figure out in our current interactions about what we all agree upon and how we can act together. And that can only come from practices, but not pre-existing beliefs and values.
Well, on these words, and in the hope that perhaps in this new world order or disorder we can learn to better share our imaginaries, to recreate this order, I'd like to ask all of you to join me in thanking our panelists for sharing very provocative thoughts. Sorry.
Thank you. That was good.
Yes.
Currently, in the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, the parties are at a crucial moment. They've been negotiating for more than 10 years on and off in different formats. And we're at a point where, at this weekend, it's coming to a form of a culmination.
My students will have a unique opportunity to rehearse in a simulation an actual negotiation taking place as we speak between Serbia and Kosovo. The class was scheduled a long time ago, but it so happens that it's taking place at exactly the same time when the presidents of the two countries and the European Union as a mediator are meeting in Ohrid in North Macedonia.
May I have your attention, please? We now have a short break, and participants for the next session on Does Globalization Have a Future are kindly invited to remain in this room. For those attending the session in Teatro,
for the upcoming meeting.
Our Master in Transnational Governance has a specialization in peace and security, and particularly this course is, in my mind, probably one of the last courses that our students will take before they enter their life in a professional environment. And I would like them to be as close as possible to their reality, whether they will work in an NGO, in an international organization, or in government. And these kind of exercises are precisely aimed at getting them this sense of how the real world will look like.
It is almost unthinkable in other situations to think that the USR would take its time at such a crucial moment to actually speak to students and share very much with the recent updates. So first of all, what makes it special is the unique access that we have and the ability to really work with the hot topics of Brussels here in Florence. It's wonderful. It's uncomparable.
Start with you introducing yourself.
Okay, hi, my name is Nicolaïdis. I'm a student at the EUI Transition. Oh my God, can I restart that?
Absolutely.
I forgot what. No, I forgot where I studied.
It's like you're mentally already.
I'm out. It's gotta be sad in a way, but it's also very, very, very exciting because it feels like this is the moment that for some people it's just a certificate, but for others it's a rite of passage saying that yes, you can go, you can do it. And I'm excited simply because I never had a graduation day because we graduated during COVID.
The first conferring ceremony of the School of Transnational Governance.
I'm feeling like it's the end of a long chapter of academia and studying, and a nice chapter because it's actually not just a scary end with a falling pit at the end of an edge.
there is an opportunity after, thankfully, and this is more of a celebration of my time here, of an institution that really helped me change and transition into a version of myself I think I would prefer, I guess.
This is a big day. So big that microphones fall.
Like I found people that are very similar in some very basic value. So can also make me think more about myself and understand others well.
Marta Moretti.
It's a moment of disbelief. You are 2 years just passed by. We were not prepared for any of this. It was in the middle of the pandemic. But yeah, hard work pays off. And here we are right now.
I feel super excited. I am so happy that we all accomplished this degree, and I'm very happy that we're all together celebrating our achievements.
It's a big day, I think, obviously for the students, for the parents, and then for the school in general. I mean, it's sort of this feeling of, wow, we made it. And the really nice thing for the students is that, you know, they're going to be the first. They are the first, and no one is ever going to take that away from them. So, you know, it's a proud day for all of us, an exciting day. And, you know, Finns don't get too emotional, but I am emotional now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 EUI State of the Union panel on Does Globalization Have a Future? As you can see, this is a particularly narrow and easy topic to cover in the next hour. My name is George Papakonstantinou. I'm a professor of international political economy at the School of Transnational Governance of the EUI and Dean of Executive Education of the Institute. And I'm particularly happy to have with us today an illustrious and varied panel that will help us navigate this question. Now, before I introduce the topic and introduce the panelists, I thought it'd be useful to start with a little question. Our topic as a question: does globalization have a future? So let's have a show of hands. Yes. Raise your hand for those that say yes. Raise your hands those that say no. Okay? Now, let me rephrase this a little bit and put it: does this globalization have a future? And raise your hands those that say yes. Okay. And those of you that say no. All right. Which shows you why in an academic environment you have to be very precise with the question, because otherwise you get the answer that you want. So, now this is of course not a very new discussion. The end of globalization has been predicted many, many times before. If you look at the data, you see international trade sort of peaking and being a little bit stagnant. If you look at the other side of economic globalization, which is what we're going to be talking about mostly, financial flows, you see there a much more robust increase over time, but lately also a little bit of trouble there. So for a long time, the data have been telling us that globalization is in trouble. Why? Well, a background of contestation, both in advanced economies and in developing economies. In advanced economies, what has globalization done for us, for a large part of the population, in industries and products that are being displaced through trade or technology, and in the developing world, a feeling that, well, the kind of globalization that we've got isn't really ours. Its rules were written by others and not by us. So against that already existing background, we have a serious change which comes with COVID and with the war in Ukraine. And if you only look at the last 2 weeks, you've had a number of very interesting documents and speeches. You've got the IMF, for example, with 2 chapters on geo-economic fragmentation and foreign direct investment, showing how FDI is being fragmented. Another one on geopolitics and financial fragmentation, implications for macroeconomic stability. You've had important speeches by Janet Yellen at the Federal Reserve in the US, closer to us by Christine Lagarde, mapping out the kind of policy issues that arise from fragmentation, issues for central banks and beyond, and perhaps the most important seminal kind of speech by Commission President Ursula von der Leyen on de-risking of the EU's relationship with China. So this gives me a way to come to our panel. We're particularly happy to have with us Commissioner McGuinness. Her portfolio covers the financial sector. It covers financial stability and capital markets union. So she's extremely well placed to speak about all these issues that we're going to be talking about. And before we go to her, let me also introduce Alicia Garcia Herrero, Chief Economist for Asia Pacific in Natixis, French Investment and Corporate Bank. Misha Kleni, who is the rector at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, but has also other qualities which we will come to. Ben Hall, the Europe editor of the Financial Times, and Jan Mischke from the McKinsey Global Institute. So let's start with the Commissioner, and we will first have a bit of a conversation, bilateral, before we open it to the rest of the panel. And my first question to you, Commissioner, has to do with the buzzwords of the moment. I heard one of the panelists, the previous panel, which is a very nice introduction to ours, because that dealt more with geopolitical issues, and we're now going more into the economics aspect, saying that, strategic autonomy, de-risking are very simple concepts, but they are the concepts of the moment. So we've heard the European Commission President talk about de-risking. We've heard President Macron talk very much about the need of the EU to keep equidistance, if I'm interpreting properly or not. So the question is, what does this mean for Europe, for the Commission in particular, but for you more generally?
Big question. In terms of Europe today and globalization, I was fascinated by the response of the audience to the question. Clearly the world has changed. Globalization has had a very good past, even though there are critics of it, because we've seen people lifted out of poverty and indeed hunger, although we have a lot of road to travel. But if you look at what has happened in Europe, Brexit, COVID, this horrible war, a realization that our foundations when it came to energy were built on shaky foundations, so we had to be very strategic when Russia turned off the gas and look for supplies elsewhere. And that, I think, has resulted in Europe not being closed. And in fact, one of the things I want to stress is open strategic autonomy. As I've listened to the debates here, I only hear strategic autonomy. I think open before it means much more, and I think it's really, really important. And therefore, when Europe is looking to globalization, we're also saying that there are certain things that we have a strategic interest in, for example, energy. Also, when it comes to the transition to more renewables, where are we going to get the raw materials? Because to some extent, the discussion has been about fossil bad, renewables, wind energy great, and that is the case. But if you don't have the component parts of the things you need to develop your alternative energies, then you have problems. But I think that globally, we are all looking maybe at each other, but also looking at what is in our strategic interest, who do we need to partner with, and how do we avoid a situation that happened in COVID, where the very basic needs like masks and protective equipment could not be found anywhere on the globe, but particularly in Europe, and indeed some of the components for our pharmaceutical industry. And I think that was a wake-up call. It doesn't mean the end of globalization, because I think globalization has many positives to it. It doesn't mean the end of Europe trading globally. We do trade globally. We want a rules-based trading system. There's always glitches in that, but I think we come looking at this question not with your either for or against globalization, but as your audience said, what form does globalization take? And you're quite right in saying that when I listen to the US trade representatives, they're very much looking to say and see that globalization didn't help parts of the communities in America, and therefore they're changing their perspectives around future trade agreements. So perhaps there's a little bit of shifting of the ground, but I think the idea that we wouldn't trade with one another is not on. I think we have to know why we're trading, who we're trading with, where are our vulnerabilities, because not every part of the world is endowed with either good soil for food or indeed mining for raw materials. And maybe to add that Europe is also challenged when I mention mining, because we don't do much of it in Europe, but clearly we have some capacity to do that, and we will look to try and secure additional mining of these critical raw materials in Europe in order that we have some baselines, so some critical raw material supply. But we're not obviously saying that we can do everything on our own and alone without trade, not at all. And I go back to my opening remark that I do believe globalization, while it has been criticized, has had enormously positive benefits on many communities who without trade, investment and capital flows would be in a much poorer place today. But we can always do better. And maybe a better word than fragmentation might be reconfiguration. I think fragmentation sounds like we're all falling apart. Reconfiguration to me suggests that we can control the way we are moving and reshaping relationships and looking at critical issues for Europe as other players are globally.
So when we talk about globalization, we often equate it with trade in goods and services. But of course, the counterpart of that is financial flows. You cannot have trade if the flow doesn't come the other way. And when it comes to financial flows, which have grown much faster than trade over the last decades, we are seeing a fragmentation. And my question to you is whether you are concerned. Let's take the current situation with sanctions. The West is correctly, because it is the only way to go, weaponizing the global financial system through very severe financial sanctions. And we do see a backlash from other parts of the world, which goes to even more fragmentation of the existing financial system. Does that worry you?
No, I think weaponizing is the wrong word. I think Europe reacted with our partners, the US, Canada, Japan, and the UK, correctly to what Russia was doing and is doing in Ukraine. And our way of showing our solidarity with Ukraine was to say to Russia, you're not going to have access to our financial markets, we will freeze, we will potentially seize, and also we will not allow trade in goods that you can use to build weapons to kill people in Ukraine. As to the consequences of that, again, the word fragmentation, of course it's a changed world, a changed financial world. We have imposed sanctions which requires our financial system to be very diligent and vigilant about who they're dealing with and knowing their customer and not breaking our sanctions. So yeah, that's an extra burden on it. In terms of your point about fragmentation of the capital flows, I think it's a consequence of Russia's actions as opposed to the effect we have had. But I don't think that it's overly detrimental because it's just a fact of life given what Russia is doing. I mean, there are issues around SWIFT, for example, and others are trying to build alternatives. I mean, if you look broader at the financial system in a digitalized world, I mean, to me, fragmentation can't exist with digitalization because it's global. So maybe later in this conversation we'll talk about the realities of a financial system in a very much digitalized world where, as we saw, deposits flow quickly, click, without queues being formed outside banks. So, I mean, my sense of what has happened with the financial system, because we all have concerns around financial stability, it's in my title, is that we have managed our sanctions to hit and target Russia, but not our financial system. And I do believe that the lessons we learned, and they were hard ones, from the financial crisis, has resulted in a much stronger and resilient financial system today in Europe than previously. Frankly, after COVID, I was worried about what would our financial system look like. Would we have more non-performing loans, business closures? And extraordinarily, Europe has discovered we are more resilient than we gave ourselves credit for out of COVID. And even in this time of horrible war, we were very resilient because had we not acted to fill the stores with supplies of gas from elsewhere than Russia and improved our efficiency, our usage of energy, and invested in renewables, we would have had societal problems because there would be no power and no business. We actually managed to avoid the potential worst impacts of what we were facing because we stood together and we pulled together. So, I mean, whatever the problems are, and there are many, and the previous panel alluded to them, and I'm sure we will as well, the lesson for me is that Europe, for all its difficulties in how we operate and function, has been stronger actually since Brexit, through COVID, and now in these times. And we support trade. We have a trade commissioner. His job is to arrange and organize trade agreements with our counterparts around the world. But we want it rules-based. And clearly, from our side, we can also help with technology transfers and all these things. So in the audience, you were very critical, I think, of globalization, but I think we should also recall that globalization did some good, that we would really want to recognize and hold on to the parts of the globalization process that benefited those who most needed it.
One more question, which has to do with Europe. You're absolutely right that we're not seeing, as a result of the sanctions, a big change in, for example, the share of the major currencies in the global financial assets, whatever. We certainly don't see it in the dollar. There is a question about the euro, though. And there, one criticism that is often leveled against the EU is that we are very slow to complete the capital markets union, which will certainly give a stronger international for the euro, and which will also help us as a better tool to sort of counteract the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, or similar.
Okay.
Why are we not getting there?
I thought you would say, why are we slow? We're slow because we're a democracy and we have to work with institutions. However, I would turn it around and say, the fact that we're not there yet means that when we get there, it will be a great achievement. So I am working on a lot of very technical proposals that I wouldn't go into the detail here, but the overall message again is to say that we know we don't have a single market in capital. We're 30 years into the single market, but not in capital. So we need to develop and get to full banking union. That's tough, but we're still determined in the Commission. On capital markets union, I have more hope that we're going to get there, because frankly we rely too heavily in Europe on bank finance for our companies, large and small. We need to have deep liquid capital markets that can deliver the financing, particularly around sustainable finance, on the transition towards a more sustainable economy and society. The amount of money we need is enormous. We've great savers in Europe. Look, in COVID, they were stuffing deposits into banks, not working for the real economy. So I remain confident that because we're not there yet, we can get there. And I think also because of Brexit, because London was the heart of Europe's, capital system, it's now a third country. We see developments in Frankfurt, in Paris, and indeed in Dublin that show that Europe might have many centres where the financial system is specialist in some. So yes, capital markets union is slow. I'm a bit hasty about it because I'm passionate about delivering within this mandate all of the tools and instruments that will allow capital markets to flourish. And we need the political buy-in. On Capital Markets Union, I think we have that. We have strong buy-in. Just last week, I had the President of the Council, the Swedish Presidency, the Chair of the Econ Committee of the Parliament, the incoming Presidency, which will be Belgium, myself, and I hope I leave no one out. But we were around the table saying we commit to get all of the proposals on CMU over the line in this mandate. And I think that would be a really strong push and a signal that Europe means business.
I hope we'll have you in next year's State of the Union so you can tell us if we've done it or not.
Let's ask the audience.
All right, let's thank you very much, Commissioner, for setting the stage for this discussion. Let me pass to Alicia. And you've done a lot of work on global value chains. And I wanted to ask you, first of all, do we see indeed this often discussed nearshoring and friendshoring? Do we have a real disruption of global value chains? And connected to that, if you can say a word about China and its attempt through the Belt and Road Initiative to rewrite the rules of the global economic system.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Perhaps what I'll do to answer that question is to go back to the answer we got from the audience. Is this the globalization you want? And most people didn't raise their hands. Let me tell you that if we were anywhere else, including China or the global south, we would have probably no hands up, because they would think of globalization as our globalization, which we happen not to like anymore over here. And I'm just saying that they don't like it either there, but they already have plans and actions for a new globalization. And that's basically what I'm going to call an asymmetry, basically a growing asymmetry in what we just said is globalization. It's already changing. And that asymmetry is China. As simple as that. So just a couple of numbers to show what I'm talking about. So basically, when one uses this nerdy but relevant input-output data from different sources, you find this very same thing. China's size and participation in the global supply chain has increased enormously. Europe's participation has decreased equally enormously. Okay? And you just have to go through our trade numbers to see that as of today, 2022, China is the largest trading partner for Germany on the import side. Same for Spain, same for other countries in Europe. Same for many countries in Europe. That's where the asymmetry comes.
But can I ask, is this rebalancing? Is this a result of are European firms being shut out of those markets, or is this a conscious decision to friendshore and nearshore?
Okay, so number one, China is exporting enormously more, especially inputs, intermediate goods, to Europe and the rest of the world. About a third of intermediate goods globally are exported from China. And we're importing, obviously, more of those, but we're also exporting fewer intermediate goods into China. And you can see that in the data. China's imports have been stagnant since before COVID, but especially after COVID. Imports are booming. Now, all of that wouldn't have to be a problem in itself, except that that asymmetry I'm referring to is especially acute when you move to, when you get into the energy transition. It so happens that for the energy transition, we're talking about, I would even laugh about the concept of OPEC, because no country in OPEC would have 90% of refining of critical materials as China has. Or exports 89% of solar panels to Europe, or 64% of wind turbines, and I could go on and on. So that asymmetry becomes especially acute in something we do care for. We very much care for at this juncture, given what happened with the invasion of Ukraine. So to me, and at the same time, this new globalization, which as I said is very asymmetric, has somebody out there, somebody we know well, the US, fully realizing and saying, I'm sorry, I'm not jumping on this new globalization. And that's how I read Jack Sullivan's speech or many others. Yeah, it's like, not for me, that's not what I had in mind. And what the response for that, which is very, very important for Europe, is that the US is basically building its own ecosystem. And the question is, where are we? Are we in for this asymmetric, because it is going to be asymmetric, because China has humongous leverage on us for the reasons I mentioned, or are we going to just, kneel? This equidistance that, Macron seemed to refer to is basically impossible, because there is no equidistance reality for us after what I just described. And I just want to end, because this is about finance as well, that this is not only goods, this is also financial services. We have a very large bank in Europe, HSBC, battling basically to remain intact as a bank, rather than being split in two because of strategic investors, whose name is Ping An, forcing the bank to split. And this is something that we need to reflect upon, because this is, again, this idea of ecosystems that is basically embedding everything we see. And it's let's call it a new form of globalization, but is that the globalization we want? I don't have an answer, but I'm just saying, as we speak, it's already changing into something very, very different.
All right, thank you very much. Let me turn to Misha, who, aside from being a rector, is a well-known journalist who's written a fantastic book and a documentary on McMafia, which has to do with organized crime and financial flows. But more recently, his name has been associated with work on critical raw materials, rare earths. And Alicia mentioned it in the previous sessions, it came up. OPEC, if we think of concentration of OPEC, has got nothing with the kind of concentration of raw materials. Raw materials are critical for the green transition. So my question is, are they going to define globalization as we know it?
Well, that depends on how we approach the problem. So there are a number of planetary problems which can only be solved through global cooperation. The most obvious one is climate change, although some people have been arguing recently that artificial intelligence is vying for the #1 spot on that. And if we're going to tackle climate change, we can only do it in collaboration, fundamentally in collaboration with China, the United States, India, and a whole series of other countries. Unfortunately, the way that the industries required to effect the green transition are developing are rather running counter to that at the moment. So let me give you a sense of the challenge we face. Under the Inflation Reduction Act and after discussions with the US automotive industry, the United States has committed itself to a target of 50% of all vehicles manufactured by 2030 to be electric vehicles. The Germans have been hedging a bit in Europe recently, but essentially the Europeans are on a similar trajectory. That's by between 2030 and 2035. China is also producing electric vehicles at a rate of knots at the moment. In order for the United States alone to meet that target, they will require, for the automotive industry alone, 500,000 tons of lithium by 2030, which translates into 1 billion tons of lithium carbonate. So 500,000 from the US, it'll be about 500,000 from Europe and about 500,000 from China. And that's excluding the other vehicle manufacturers around the world. Current annual production of lithium is 500,000 tons to meet the entire global requirement. So we are going to have to mine on a scale that the world has never experienced before. There's one analyst who has argued that we will have to extract more from the Earth's crust by 2050 than we have done over the past 70,000 years. And this process of extraction is highly polluting. It contributes hugely to CO2 emissions, ironically, and you require a huge amount of aggregate. You have to destroy a lot of land. So rare earth minerals and other critical raw materials are actually not rare. They're very common, they're in every continent, they're accessible. One of the reasons why Europe looks outside of Europe for its critical raw materials is NIMBYism. One of the largest reserves of lithium we have on the European continent is in a national park in southern Austria, in Carinthia. And I will be surprised if we see that being mined in the next 10 years. However, we can always mine it out of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where people have been involved in mass slaughter for the past 20 or 30 years, a stain on everyone else in the world, incidentally, and all for critical raw materials. So first of all, we have the extraction problem. And here, China, the US, and Europe are scrambling for influence. The Europeans and the Americans have 47 and 50 critical raw materials, respectively. The largest lithium mines are in Bolivia and in Chile, and both the Chinese and the Americans are trying to secure monopoly access to those mines at the moment. Now, as a response, fortunately, people have wised up about this relationship of natural resources and the requirements of consumer societies. And so what you're seeing is a whole spate of nationalizations. So Mexico has nationalized its lithium. Chile, 2 weeks ago, nationalized its 2 mega producers of lithium. Bolivia is in the process of nationalizing. Zimbabwe has announced that it is going to nationalize its lithium, the largest supply in Africa, and it will also demand that any processing of the lithium takes place in Zimbabwe. So you have the issue of extraction. Then you have the issue of processing, which is really the key area. Because in the late 1980s, raw earth materials and many of the critical minerals that we now require were produced almost as a monopoly in the United States. And then, as part of America's strategy of turning China into its manufacturing center, it also sent its raw material extraction and processing to China. And for the last 30 years, the Chinese have processed about 90% of all the critical minerals used in all the wind farms, all the cars, all the Dyson vacuum cleaners, anything you care to think of, they have been processed in China. Even the Chinese have found the polluting consequences of rare earth extraction too great. They've closed down much of their production in Inner Mongolia because it creates so much toxicity, and they have exported that to Myanmar, where they are literally blowing up mountains in order to extract rare earth and other critical raw minerals. So the reason why the Chinese dominate processing is for two reasons. One, they do it 30% cheaper than anyone else in the world, and all companies see that as critical. So 2 weeks ago, much to Joe Biden's chagrin, you saw Ford strike a deal with CATL, which is the biggest battery producer in the world, in Ningde in China, to produce their batteries there. Tesla, as we know, are already there as well. So this processing issue is partly because of cost, but it's partly because over 30 years, the Chinese have become bloody good at it. And what we saw a month ago, for the first time ever, the West has, with abandon over the past 70 years or so, imposed technology export controls on much of its technology to the Soviet Union, to Russia, and to China. So a month ago, we saw a raft of technology export bans from China to the West, and they were all to do with the processing of critical raw materials. When Indonesia, 2 years ago, nationalized its substantial nickel resources, it allowed one country to come in and process on site, and that was China. No one else is allowed in. So what you have is you have an interdependency, but one which, if China feels as though the decoupling, and if it feels that it is being discriminated against by the United States and Europe, China has it in its capacity to turn the European automotive industry, certainly, into a kind of local branch. Its cars are getting better all the time, they're getting cheaper all the time, and although Biden has responded very forcefully with the Inflation Reduction Act, he doesn't yet know how that's going to be implemented for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Europe, by contrast, is passing a lot of laws and a lot of resolutions on critical raw minerals, but it's not doing much. It needs to start mining its own minerals now. Unfortunately, it has two strategic partnerships. One is with Canada, who have problems with indigenous land when it comes to extraction. The other is with Ukraine, which is incidentally a critical raw material superpower. And many of those minerals happen to be in the east and the south of the country. Surprise, surprise. And it's going to be very difficult to develop Ukraine in the foreseeable future. So Europe is faced with an absolutely massive task if it wants to get anywhere close to its emission reductions by 2050. 2055. The only way it can do it is collaborate with China, but collaborating with China has to be done through smart politics.
So, thank you very much, Misha. Ben, this is a very stark story, and it's a story that says that the battle around critical raw materials is going to pretty much shape globalization, and from the last of what Misha said, Europe doesn't seem to know how to go about it. Your view on this, and especially on whether Europe speaks with one voice on this issue.
On raw materials, or
and more broadly on where we should be going with globalization.
Well, I think one consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been a massive wake-up call for Europe about its dependencies. I mean, that process had started way before because of the pandemic and China's state-led capitalism. But I think the dependency on Russian fossil fuels and the weaponization of those fossil fuels has undoubtedly awakened Europe's policymakers about this being an issue that they have to address. And who would have thought that they did actually address it, or went a long way to addressing it in terms of Russia, a ban on shipped crude oil, a massive reduction in natural gas, pipe natural gas, a growing dependency on Russian LNG, which needs to be addressed, and still a dependency on Russian nuclear fuel and uranium, but even from, well, in the French case, which is quite remarkable given how France touts its energy independence. So there's clearly a awakening, a prise de conscience, as the French would say, about this issue. But it is going to be phenomenally difficult for the reasons that Misha laid out, and for another reason, which is that the environmental costs of much of this, of replacing Chinese production, not just mineral extraction, but the whole process of manufacturing solar cells, etc., is going to be enormously difficult. And we've already seen environmental protests derail lithium projects, big lithium projects, even in places, autocratic places like Serbia, that Misha knows well, but also Portugal. So these are going to be major constraints on what the EU is going to be able to do itself.
Jan, you work for a company that advises both companies and governments. So, two questions. One, are we decoupling from the analytical work that you guys do? And the second is the attitude of business towards what's happening different from the attitude of governments?
Yeah, maybe on your first question first. I think the answer is 60-30-10. 60% is business as usual and globalization, 30% is reconfiguration, and 10% is problematic and requires action. And let me go into that. Maybe so the 60% and why maybe 90% in general is going to stay, I think, is because it needs to. I don't need to convince anyone here on the benefits of globalization, but maybe to throw in two additional facts that maybe don't come up as much. One is innovation. Everyone is concerned about sensitive technologies. As of today, per our research, Europe is losing out on 8 of 10 critical technologies by, on average, 30% gap to the best performing region, which is increasingly also China, not only the US. So this is also about securing access to technology, not only not losing it. Secondly, you talked about financial markets and financial market integration. We are going to publish research in 2 weeks that shows that over the last 20 years, we have actually completely grown the financial system, the global balance sheet, out of proportion with GDP. 170 percentage points of GDP uplift, increase in paper wealth, purely driven from asset price inflation, and $2 of debt per $1 of net new investment. So we are sitting on this mountain of paper wealth and debt that we need to work through. And we can only work through it jointly in a combined global financial system that is large and resilient and has some shock absorption. But we also need the growth, including from globalization, because we can actually only grow out of this. So it should continue. Now, why 60-30-10? 60% of global trade is actually very non-concentrated, very diversified. Plenty of suppliers, plenty of buyers. There's actually not much that needs to happen and that needs to be feared. There's another 30% of global trade where the importing country receives the vast majority of its imports in that category from 3 or fewer suppliers. In many cases, this is things like textiles from China, and we will see a very natural evolution where now plants are opening up in Indonesia, in Bangladesh, or in electronics, where now you see a shift to Mexico, to India, also Vietnam and Indonesia. So this is a very natural evolution, and this is also where businesses are taking the steps themselves because they see this is not going to continue, so it's happening, and you don't need much action for something to happen. And then there's the 10% where there's essentially monopoly positions for suppliers, and this is, I think, what much of the focus so far has been on, and that requires some really important action, and maybe to kind of link it back there to the business world. If it's not exactly a new thing that a business actually faces a supplier that is critical and has monopoly power. So there's usually three things you do. One is you try and create a second supplier. What exactly are the efforts we are doing in that regard? The second is you raise your bargaining power. There's many ways how you can do that. One of them is, for instance, you raise the monopoly power of your buyership. If you buy as much volume as that guy supplies, you have a pretty good position. Where's the consolidation happening currently on the buy side? And the third thing you usually do is you make it yourself. And if you do that, you usually carefully weigh it. Can you do it so that you actually win? And if you look at that, there's a lot of that happening now in semiconductors. The EU Chips Act, the US Chips Act, also what's happening in South Korea. But if I take a little bit the maybe slightly provocative lens there, I think current estimates is Europe will have 40 billion of investments in semiconductors, the US 240 billion, South Korea 200 billion. Are we playing to win?
All right, and with this, let's open it up for discussion. I already see a hand up there. We've got about 15 minutes for discussion. Can we have, and then please identify yourself and your affiliation. Afterwards, we go here.
Thank you. Heather Graby from Open Society Foundations and Bruegel. So you have all focused, understandably, on what has always been the main concern in economic policy, which is security of supply. But what about the demand side? Okay, we're using more and more resources because resource efficiency has not increased since 1970. And the Global Resource Outlook of the UN Environment Programme says that on current trends, if nothing is done on resource efficiency, we'll be using twice as many raw materials, natural extractives, by 2060 as we use now. So Misha's saying, okay, we're already on target, we're already thinking about extracting more than has ever happened in human history, and we could be doubling that amount by 2060. So what are the options for getting more security by addressing the demand side? By increasing resource efficiency, that can be done through regulation, can also be done by encouraging innovative technology. And Europe perhaps becoming, even if our position is not encouraging in terms of increasing supply ourselves, perhaps the demand efficiency, the demand side resource efficiency hub of the world.
All right. Commissioner?
I mean, I think your question just fits to the point I made about energy. When energy went really sky high, we all turned down the heat and we survived, and business still produced the same output but used less energy. So price does impact behavior. That's the first point. The second point about the demand side is we talk about a circular economy. And I think more and more we have to look at how we produce, how we use, how we then recycle, and the figures that you mentioned about what is needed for the future, it's really important to keep repeating that, because I think to our discredit, we have had an illusion that, as I said, fossil fuels are the problem and the renewables are the solution, without analysing what you have to do to have the renewables in place. And that's why I took ownership of that issue, that we should do more mining in Europe. It is not acceptable that we are happy that it's done somewhere else and not in my backyard. And I think these are tough political issues that need to be addressed internally in Europe. And maybe people will choose to use less and do less. But I think we are already seeing that you can, with a price signal, influence behavior, and maybe that's perhaps one of the things we should look at. But then there are those vulnerable households who cannot afford, so we have to mind the social consequences as well.
Very quick comment.
Very quickly, currently we recycle 17% of our critical raw materials from all of our various gadgets. That needs to go up to about 90%. It's profitable. It reduces huge pressure on supply chains, and it's good for the planet. It's a crazy state of affairs. We throw all this stuff away, and it's toxic when it starts to decompose.
Question there?
Hello, Milena Lazarevic, European Policy Center, Belgrade. Misha, you mentioned currently failed or still failed project of Rio Tinto lithium exploration in Serbia. And I think that this is a very good example of the government doing everything wrong with this entire project. Basically, the problem came when the people found out what the real plans of lithium mining were, when they found out about all the environmental concerns, but they were actually not consulted, they were not included in the process, and of course then there were huge protests and demands for this project to be stopped. To my knowledge, the project has actually not stopped, and there's still, Rio Tinto is still present in Serbia, they're still planning to continue this, but the question is, how can the government and Rio Tinto as the investor fix the problem that they have created? We spoke this morning about how to govern fast and govern slowly but democratically. What is the right way to do this, and how can the people actually who will be affected by these lithium mines, how can they actually be involved in the process and understand that this is going to be something that is not going to hurt the environment, that it's not going to destroy their towns, their villages? What is the right way to do it?
A quick answer to a very complicated question.
Yes, very complicated. Very briefly, I was surprised that Vučić pulled the Rio Tinto plan, because when it came to another big development plan in Savamala in Belgrade, he didn't seem to respond to protests and demonstrations to that. All of a sudden he does with the Rio Tinto thing, although Rio Tinto still have an office in Belgrade and still wish to develop it. What is going to happen is Vučić is using this as a pawn in a political game. I'm sure that lithium will be developed. If he's smart, he will compensate. Some villages will be destroyed in that process. If he's smart, he'll compensate those people who are affected very handsomely. But I don't doubt that he intends to develop that resource.
Other questions? Oh my God, we've answered everything. All right, yes, please.
Florian Pichenka, Minister of Education, Science and Research, Austria. Short comment about Carinthia. It's true that there is this project, but it takes 10 to 15 years to develop mining. There's one aspect that I wanted also to mention that you didn't mention is skills. How to skill our workforce for exactly raw materials or in general mining, as we have closed down all minings more or less in Western Europe in the last 50 years. Yeah. So we need to reskill the people. And the next one is another example that I want also to give from Austria. There's the University of Leoben together with Cambridge and the Austrian Academy of Science. They just developed a new project in order to reduce raw materials in certain types of magnets. It needs money. And I wanted to comment on your 40 billion euros that the EU is investing in semiconductors. It's nice money, but the problem is that we have lots of ideas and we always take money from Horizon Europe especially, and not in research. Maybe we should also concentrate on more research and keep the money where we need it. Thanks.
All right, that's a comment that does not require an answer, which makes my life easier. So let me now go for a very quick last round, starting from the end and ending with the Commissioner. And the question is very simple. Where do you see globalization 5 years from now? In 30 seconds.
60% same, 30% reshaped, 10% really problematic, and I don't know how that power game is going to evolve.
And do we have because you have a few more seconds, and do we have the right institutional tools to manage it? Do we have the right institutional tools to manage it?
No.
A man of few words.
I mean, I said, for at least for those 10%, it's a power game, and the EU is not structured for power.
All right, Ben.
It all depends on what happens in the Pacific, in the Taiwan Strait. I don't think you can give an answer about the future of globalization unless you know whether we're going to have a war there and whether that leads to not just de-risking, but real decoupling.
So this is the battle between economists and politicians or political scientists, and who's going to have the first word in terms of the future of globalization. And for the
politicians will win that one.
And for the time being, economists are losing. Misha.
So we need to reinvigorate the project, otherwise we're in big trouble, but we have to do it whereby we are more equitable in how we engage with the Global South in particular, and we have to find a working modus vivendi with China.
So that was a normative answer, which was not my question, but that's fine. Alicia.
Well, I'm really scared to hear that everything depends on the island where I live in Taipei, and if that blows, we won't have any globalization. But actually, I think we won't have the type of globalization we have now. I actually I wouldn't say convinced, but my hunch is that we're going to bifurcation, and independently on Taiwan, that's going to happen before anything happens in Taiwan. And that means everything I said before, basically, basically a G7 plus South Korea plus Australia plus, possibly Taiwan for that matter, and parts of the Global South, and then China-centric type of reality. But I want to add just one thing to that question. That also includes, I'm afraid, a currency. And that's where we're heading. We're heading towards the de-dollarization of part of big trade settlements. I would say it's a market process, to be frank. These are deals that China is signing with the UAE, with Saudi, with Brazil, with Argentina, and if we could go on and on. So that part of bifurcation does include, beyond technology, the currency. And we need to think about what it means for us as Europeans, because we are a major trading partner. Are we going to trade in RMB? So I leave it there.
Commissioner, last word, hopefully more optimistic than what we've heard.
Well, I am an eternal optimist, or I wouldn't be around. And frankly, I think human beings have proven that when your back is to the wall, you stand straight and you face into the horrors of what lies ahead. We have no choice. The one thing we haven't mentioned is that climate change is a global problem. We work with China really well in our international platform on sustainable finance. This is really important because you can develop relationships at a different level. We will not be able to meet our targets, as has been eloquently described, without trade, without cooperation, and without a form of globalization. The idea that we shrink back and look after ourselves is nonsense. But it's going to be difficult. And I think this conversation should kickstart conversations out there so that people understand the change we all need to make.
All right. And with that, thank you all very much for being with us. And thank you very much for your fantastic time. I think they robbed us of some time.
Main impact that Florence had on me is that I now think in a more African-oriented way. Before, I would do my day-to-day work and always think Kenya, Kenya, Kenya. Now I have that perspective of thinking, it's one thing to do something for your country, but it's a whole other thing to do something for your continent.
In so many ways, it was a life-changing experience in terms of how it changed the way I view things in relation to policy issues and governance issues and so on. But I think what kind of stood out the most to me was the idea of the transnationality of things. How whenever you think about anything, you need to think about the transnational aspects of it. And that was obviously because of how the whole idea of the School of Transnational Governance was built on that concept and that idea. And it has honestly really helped me moving forward in terms of thinking about things, how everything that you do has so many other aspects to it beyond the very narrow aspect we usually kind of lock ourselves into.
The African School of Regulation at the moment is only an initiative to create a center of excellence in Africa, run by Africans and for African needs, that will provide the capacity building knowledge in energy regulation that the African continent needs to make a transition in energy and to provide reliable, affordable and sustainable energy for all the people in Africa. The model that has been chosen for the African School of Regulation is precisely the one that we have been running for almost 20 years at the EUI with the Florence School of Regulation. And this is why a group of people that are working now in launching this initiative have come to Florence to learn from the staff of the Florence School of Regulation how things are done in learning, research, policy dialogues and repository of resources.
My role as a regulatory expert is to support the development of a training curriculum and training syllabus for the courses that will be offered by the African School of Regulation. The knowledge that I gained through the course that I did at the Florence School of Regulation, that is Regulation for SDG 7, is particularly relevant and important and very, very helpful for the work that I'm currently undertaking, because this knowledge helps me understand two things. One, the thinking of the student and what they need in the delivery of the course and to better understand and engage in the course. And secondly, understand the kind of content that is required to formulate the syllabus to ensure that effective regulation and policy is taught and disseminated through the African School of Regulation.
ESR has three main focus areas: the training program of regulation, policy dialogue events, and also applied research. And as a research assistant, my role is to support the interim director to conduct applied research into emerging issues, challenges, and needs of the power sector in Africa, and find practical solutions to addressing those challenges. Our report would also inform some of the training program's content and also the policy dialogue events as well. For example, we are currently planning a conference or a workshop on business models for mini-grids, and we are currently researching into sustainable models for mini-grids, which report we believe is going to stir or inform the discussions during the workshop.
In the first phase, for a couple of years, the group of organizations behind this initiative have asked the EUI, the Florence School of Regulation, to take care of running the logistics and choose a host institution in Africa, find a director. I am the interim director only of this initiative. Prepare a program that we will start with several initiatives, with several activities now, and to prepare a budget so that the African School of Regulation, once in Africa, will be viable for a number of years. And after these 2 years of the first phase, we will have 1 more year of transition until the ASR will be fully installed in a host institution in Africa.
IDO was opened with EUI, and Uganda has opened EUI events to other parts of the world.
We had high expectations in terms of the reception that we would receive, and I am happy to say that these expectations were met. There is a lot of energy, and we have somehow hoped to capture and channel this energy into the work we intend to do, and I think we're getting there.
We're in a room full of experts in different areas, and it's nice to know that Africa, people have grown so much, and there's a lot of work, hard work.
It's not an ordinary thing, but I think one thing a lot of the work that we do can be done elsewhere, so the skills that we have can be transferable, but also I think the experience of learning and interacting is enriched by coming to Kampala or going to other cities as well. So this is a great place to do this training, and we can hopefully build on this and work in similar ways in other places.
Being here to be able to take all the takeaways from what the training has to offer and share those experiences is something that can really also enhance my ability to talk about migration and health in my work.
These are all issues that somehow have implications for the rest of the world, and in which whatever we may think of doing will also depend on the effectiveness of what other regions in the world will do.
Good evening and welcome to the final session of the first day of the State of the Union gathering here in Florence. Hello to those of you joining us remotely and to those of you in this wonderful venue. We're at the final session of the day, so thank you for bearing with us. We're saving the best to last, I like to tell myself. My name is Suzanne Lynch. I'm Chief Brussels Correspondent with Politico, usually in Brussels, but really enjoying the time here in Florence to get a sense of the issues that are dominating discussion, dominating analysis within the EU and the broader European context currently. For our final panel, we're joined by two illustrious figures on the European political scene. On my right, we've Borut Pahor, former Prime Minister of Slovenia and more recently President of Slovenia. And to my left, another former Prime Minister, Alex Stubb, and of course the Director of the School of Transnational Governance here at EUI. So thank you very much for joining me on the panel. So, look, the title of this final session is The New European Security Order. When I looked at this, I said to myself, right, that's a big picture kind of topic. But in fact, it's actually the topic dominating European politics at the moment. And as a journalist, that's our job, to always try and analyse what the big story is, try and be ahead of what the big trend is. And I think the discussion about European security, defence and foreign policy has been the defining theme, particularly of the last 18 months or so, and due to the dreadful invasion of Ukraine and the return of war to the European continent. So Alex, I'll start with you. Has this really been the big watershed moment for European defence and security and foreign policy that a lot of people feel that it may be?
I would say yes, and the reason is that the war in Ukraine, or the 24th of February, in my mind, is a watershed, not only in European security, but also in world order. In many ways, I think it's the 1919, 1945, or 1989 moment of our generation. And I would argue that in 1919, the leaders of the time got it wrong. 1945, pretty much right. 1989, the jury is out. The reason I think it is a watershed moment is that we will see a fairly permanently divided Europe into two. On one side of the new Iron Curtain, you have Russia, which will be isolated from the European side. And on the other side, you have more or less 44 European states, which have variable memberships in the EU and in NATO, but will certainly have no security cooperation in the future with Russia.
I mean, that's interesting that you're not talking just about the EU, that collection of 27 member states, or indeed NATO. That's a broader European community. Now, of course, there has been this new push to bring those countries together through the European political community idea. We had the inaugural meeting of that in Prague last October. We're now gearing up for the second one in Moldova on June the 1st. I mean, do you think this is a really viable community, or do you think it's kind of more the same? I mean, the OSCE, I know you think about, you write about, I mean, are we kind of doubling up here in a sense?
Yeah, I mean, the European political community, I mean, you can split it quite simply into three. You have those countries that are in the European Union, you have those countries that want to be in the European Union but are not there yet, and then you have those countries that are not in the European Union and don't necessarily want to be there. All of these can be brought together, you know, in Prague, in Chisinau, in London, wherever it's going to be. And it's a good forum, it's a good bridge in many ways. But I do think my final point, and I know that Borut will deal with this, and we dealt with it together in the European Parliament in the good old days, I think we need to be really bullish and really aggressive on enlargement. It has become geopolitical, geostrategic, and it simply needs to happen. And I think the membership in the European Union is the key for the Western Balkans, for Moldova, for Ukraine, and for Georgia.
Thank you. Borut, what about your view on this, enlargement, and this idea of a greater Europe? What do you think the role the Western Balkans is playing now in this very difficult, very tense moment in European and world history?
A couple of elements. Number one, I do fully agree with Alex that there will be a new division, a new divided Europe in future, unfortunately. We hoped so very much that after the fall of Berlin Wall, there would be a lasting peace and a renaissance of a new Europe and all that stuff. Unfortunately, because of the aggression of Russian Federation to Ukraine, that has been put away. Unfortunately, there will be a divided Europe, divided between democratic West and autocratic East, between the European Union and political, maybe, as you said, political community, yes, right, on one side, and Russian Federation and countries of its influence around it. The question that you put it to me is, how do we see the Western Balkans? I think that with Moldova and Georgia, we should see Western Balkans as a geopolitical priority for European Union. I think we have already had an illustration that Brussels now is watching the region differently. The decision of December last year to give the status to Bosnia, basically without any condition, that was already some sort of a signal that maybe this enlargement fatigue is over, at least politically, at least in Brussels, and there could be a fresh start. I would say, listen, I know that we have in front of us, because of this enlargement, a lot of problems, but we would have even more problems without the enlargement.
What about specifically the situation of Serbia? A big country, strategically important. How do you assess the way it has played geopolitics since the Russian invasion?
This is extremely good question, because I think, I'm saying all the time in last couple of months, that it's up to Serbia to, in many ways, to decide the destiny of Western Balkans in the future. If Serbia will be on our side, on the European side, on the side of Brussels, that would be one story, good story, beautiful story. If Serbia would be on the other side with Moscow, that would be a completely different story. Not so nice, in a way ugly, because that would have several consequences for Republika Srpska, for Bosnia, for Kosovo, for relations in the whole Western Balkans. So I know, Alex, I think have some experience with our friend Vučić. I have definitely. But I would advise every European government to do whatever it takes to inspire Vučić and the Serbian government and Serbia to come on our side. It would be extremely difficult, sometimes very, annoying, but that would, be a successful story.
Yeah, but Alex Stubb, is there not an argument that Europe was too late, has been too delayed? It's offered these Western Balkan countries the prospect of EU membership, and really the political will has not been there. So no wonder that countries start getting frustrated and impatient and start looking to Moscow and saying, hang on, are we ever going to join the EU?
Yeah. Probably asking a Finn that question is not the right direction. I mean, there's another country starting with an F that you might want to pose the question to, and perhaps one with a G as well. But no, I do agree. But I think there's been a game changer here, a complete tipping point. And I think that countries like Germany and France now see enlargement strategically. I mean, Germany to a certain extent always has a strong supporter of obviously Nordic and Central and Eastern European enlargement. But I understand why people have been reluctant about the Balkans, basically because of the issue of Serbia and of course of Kosovo as well. I've had a few, how would I say, wine-littered evenings with both Vučić and Jeremić. And when you have a conversation with them about Kosovo, it's not exactly European love and integration that comes to mind. But I do think that the game has changed now. I think the French see it as well. In one of the previous panels, they talked about European enlargement as being one of the most geopolitical and key foreign policy issues at the moment. And in terms of internal cuisine, it is the biggest foreign policy instrument that we have.
I mean, the other country that is central, obviously, to the debate about enlargement at the moment is Ukraine. Do you think Ukraine should join NATO?
Oh, it's up to them to decide. I'm still, in a way, some sort of politician. So, but I think also that is the only, I think, the answer that everybody could give you.
Yeah.
I mean, we cannot say no. Ukraine is not a sovereign country and should not decide, freely on its security policy. I think it's fair to leave them this decision. Our task at the moment is to be very careful about our consensus to help Ukraine, because there will be probably a long war to go, and I think the consensus that we have at the moment, and it's very, very important, will be probably crucial for the answer to this question. So if we will go until the very end with Ukraine, then I think Ukraine will be free enough to answer this question.
Yeah.
Not myself, not Alex, but Ukrainians.
I mean, that's been one of the characteristics of the last year or so, that NATO has managed to support Ukraine and tread that balance of not provoking Russia yet further. I mean, what we've seen, without getting too much in the weeds about what's been happening in Brussels in the last few weeks, but we're seeing this new defence policy coming out of Brussels and this new defence union.
Susan, just one thing, I'm asking myself if Alex would go with me, but I think for Putin, it's not just NATO that he hates. EU is almost there. Do not forget, Ukraine happened just a couple of months after the deal should be done with the EU, not NATO. So I think democracy is much more important to Putin than weapon there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Putin just uses NATO as a pretext. For him is an aversion to liberal democracy. He doesn't even like illiberal democracy. He likes spheres of interest and big power politics. He uses NATO as an excuse. There is a reason for why he lumps Europe and the United States together and actually calls Europe the vassal state of the United States. The war in Ukraine was not about NATO or about the European Union. It was about the Russification of Ukraine. Of course, he failed completely. The reason I'm so adamant about the permanent structure is I'm just looking at the reaction of my grandparents and parents during World War I and the Winter War and the War of Continuation, and what kind of a mentality it left to that generation. Take that with 100 years and you'll have the mentality of the Ukrainians against Russians for the foreseeable future. So that's why I think the avenue for Ukraine is 3 steps. One is security guarantees. They can be bilateral. They can come from the United States, the UK, it doesn't matter. 2, a clear perspective for EU membership. I know it's going to be super difficult to absorb, and acquis communautaire will have to be slightly flexibly interpreted, I think. And then 3, we have a look what happens with NATO. But this war is not about NATO, it's about Russian imperialism.
I mean, on the issue, and on the issue of Ukraine joining that sphere of influence that, as you rightly pointed out, was the very catalyst for back in 2013, 2014. I mean, we've seen over the last few weeks in Brussels this controversy over grain imports into Central and Eastern Europe, and how I think, all these grand ideas of Ukraine joining the EU, we could see a lot of resistance to, maybe in microcosm, what may happen if Ukraine would join with its huge agricultural supplies, the drain on cohesion funds, on agricultural funds, and basically what was happening was that this grain was coming in and flooding those markets. I mean, do you think that there will be the political will, ultimately, the real politique here about allowing Ukraine to join? I mean, do you think it's a serious possibility now for the EU?
Well, I think there's nothing that unites you more than a common enemy. And the reason I feel that there's a sense of urgency is I don't know for how long the ghost of this common enemy will hover above us. How long will Putin be there? When do we get to the stage of some kind of quasi-appeasement again? I know that a lot of the public discourse in the coming months and years is going to be about the differences that we see of the positions inside the European Union. It could be Ukrainian opposition to something, it could be Bulgarian opposition to something, it doesn't matter. But the truth is that I've never seen the European Union as united as it has been, and I've been dealing with the stuff for the past 30 years. It's not going to last, I know. So therefore, let's start getting going with enlargement sooner rather than later.
As we said, the enlargement is a geopolitical issue at the moment and will be so in next coming decades probably. So nobody, I think, thought a couple of years ago that we would talk about Ukraine being a member country.
Or Finland in NATO.
Yeah, or Finland in NATO. But, things are changing completely. And I think that if we would like to see lasting peace, at least in the democratic part of Europe, at least in, Brussels part of Europe, then I think we should go with the membership of Ukraine. As difficult as it is to imagine that in the future.
Yeah. I mean, just shifting the conversation slightly, I mean, this again, lofty idea of strategic autonomy. But it's a bit what you mentioned at the beginning, Alex, about a much bigger perspective on communities. Do you think the geopolitical challenge now for Europe is its own autonomy, both in terms of defence, but also in terms of trade, in terms of industrial policy, when it comes to the power of China, for example, and the global south? I mean, how big of an issue is this now for the European Union and Europe widely? And have they traditionally kind of put their head in the sand about this?
Well, I mean, two answers on that. The first one is that I wrote my PhD about differentiated integration. Hartmut and other people might remember it. And what I found was that there was an indigestion of terminology about flexible integration, noyau dur, about variable geometry and a la carte, etc. I think there's a similar problem with strategic autonomy, because strategic autonomy means different things to different people. Now, what I see as strategic autonomy might be a little bit different from what, say, President Macron thinks about strategic autonomy. So I think we have to be quite careful. My second answer, the common language is that we made 3 mistakes. We were too reliant on Russian energy. In that, we need strategic autonomy. The second one is we were too reliant on American security. I don't think we need strategic autonomy there. I think it's good that our systems are integrated through NATO. The third one was that we're too reliant on Chinese economy. There we have to be careful. Final point, I wrote a piece in the FT in 2016. I think Ben Hall might be here somewhere. I think he was editing it. And the column was called, "For China, Europe is the new Africa." And my argument was that what China was doing to Africa in terms of raw materials, it was doing to Europe in terms of technology, IT, IP, etc. And I warned about it. I got lucky because 2 weeks later, the Americans informed the Germans about Ekstron, that there was military intelligence in a company that the Chinese were about to buy. So it's going to be very important to find the right balance about protecting strategic interests but not going over the board. So, for instance, Danone yogurt is not of strategic interest to Europe.
Yeah. So just to pick you up on that, because that is another key debate in Europe at the moment, and it promises to dominate over the next year, and that is where the EU should be in relation to China and vis-a-vis the US position. So you seem to be suggesting there that Europe, I think you said, needs to be careful. Are you more on the Macron side of this rather than a von der Leyen side of this? That, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, let's, keep up dialogue with China, or where do you stand?
Well, I always stand, of course, with the President of the European Commission, because she represents the interests of all 27 member states and the institutions. But let me put it this way. I don't think the issue is black and white. I think if I had to choose the language used at this moment, I would certainly go with Ursula von der Leyen. But if I would look at the longer-term perspective, I'm not sure Macron was wrong, if you know what I'm saying. Let me be a little bit heathen here. I think we should go very much hand in hand with the Americans, 75%, values and the rest of it. But any language about decoupling with China is wrong. That's why I like the slightly fluffy language now about de-risking and the rest of it. So let's not cut the Chinese out of here. And I hope that we can convince our American friends to be a little bit less, perhaps, aggressive in their China policy, whether we succeed in that or not. So again, it's a question of balance.
Well, I did notice actually that Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, in his speech last week to Brookings, name-checked Ursula von der Leyen a number of times.
And Janet Yellen had a really good interview in the FT as well.
With the de-risking rather than decoupling, which is the new mantra. Your own views on Europe's relationship with China, I mean, both economically but also in foreign policy. I mean, where do you see this relationship going?
No, there is a consensus on one China policy among Europeans and Americans across the whole political West. Now, I think there is another consensus that there is a red in a way, red light, should not be crossed by China using force to get over Taiwan. Okay. We are all united in this. Now, the question is how to deal with China, not to involve us all together, Americans included, in a way, in a conflict with China. I would be a little bit more reasonable. I am not saying not to do anything to protect Taiwan, but not to, announce, all.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be a sensitive way to go, but I would advise to go in a way that way, not to provoke any, decision by Beijing to involve us in another front. We have to now solve this one with Ukraine and Russia, not to start another one that would weaken the whole West. So I would go with that.
And I think Borut is right. And I hear a lot of, and sorry, I don't mean this in a bad kind of way. I was listening to some of the panels earlier. There are a lot of people who are drawing parallels between how we treated Russia with how we're treating China. I think that's an oversimplification.
Yeah.
Remember that the starting point, that the soul of Europe is basically that interdependence facilitates and creates peace. Common rules and institutions create peace. They put us together. Just because we failed with Russia doesn't mean that interdependence is going to fail with a less imperialistic power in the form of China. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater and still believe in the Mitrani, Deutsch thesis that trade, etc., and exchange will create interdependence. So, but again, I come to the point, this is not an easy issue. Final point on this, when you're in office, and Borut knows this, every day you have to make a choice between interest and values.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the world is not black and white.
Yeah, and as a lot of EU officials say, Russia has invaded its neighbour. China has not. That parallel. We're going to go to questions now briefly, but no final thought there. No. Anyone there in the audience? Yes, we go to this lady in the second row.
Hello, Milena Lazarevic, European Policy Center, Belgrade. Can Serbia, with the current regime, join the European Union? And what policy instruments does the EU need to develop, to put in place, to be able to manage autocrats within its ranks? Because
really
it's currently
good question
failing.
for you, Barot.
It's currently failing with some of the current member states. So is it putting in place, and what kind of instruments does it need to put in place? And in the absence of such tools, do you think that further innovations in enlargement policy can help square this circle? I don't know if you've heard of the proposal on staged accession to the EU. This is one of the proposals that is widely discussed now. And I'm wondering if you had an opinion on that, to what extent this can help.
Well, at least to start with the question number one, listen, I have some troubles, I do admit, when debating with my colleagues, former colleagues, presidents, prime minister, among European Union to inspire Serbia to join us, because there is a lack of trust on our side towards Serbia. I am in a minority group where we are of the opinion that now it's the time to show Serbia that we would like to join efforts to bring Serbia and European Union on one side together. It's up to Vučić also. It's not just up to us. It's also up to Vučić. Until now, Vučić and the Serbian government has been in a very comfortable position to deal with Russia, EU, China, and now the time is running out. Vučić has to decide soon. I hope he will opt for West. If not, we'll be the victim of his own policy.
My question was not about that, but it was about having another bloc, but inside.
Yeah, but I think it's a very fair question and a very good one. I always say that the key here is that we're true to our values and get our own house in order. It's not exactly like all European leaders at the moment fall into the category of, how would I say, liberal democracy.
That's for sure.
But could I just add one thing, because this is the State of the Union, and I think actually one of the most important portfolios in the next European Commission will hopefully be enlargement. It's taken a completely new one. And of course, dealing specifically with the Western Balkans and certainly Serbia will be one of the big challenges.
Okay, another question there. This gentleman down there.
Jan Farfal, University of Oxford. Thank you for the very interesting points. I would just like to relate to the somewhat rosy image with the relations between Europe and America at the moment, because I think that as a follow-up to Serbia, there are examples where our interests are at divergence within our continent. So Warsaw is a good example. It fits nicely into American security architecture, at the same time being fundamentally at odds with EU normative interests. Another driver is Western Balkans, when Americans are now pushing for stability, and for them the figure of Vucic seems rather acceptable, which is not the case for Brussels. And with this growing divergence, and with Americans having an upper say at the moment, especially with relation to Ukraine, I'm wondering whether the title is the new European Security Order, or perhaps, obviously provocatively asking, is it the new American Security Order in Europe?
Yeah, or the old European security order together with the US. No, I think your point is very good and very fair. Two observations. The first one is, I think one of the big problems that we have is that we always think that European security or European foreign policy or transatlantic relations will be some kind of a utopia where we basically agree on everything. I would add to your list the focus of the United States on the Indo-Pacific. You know, that will be a huge challenge for us in this bigger. But this is what diplomacy is all about. It's basically trying to find compromises in difficult type of situations. Will this sort of love affair last forever between between Europe and the United States? I don't think so. Are there different strategic interests? Yes. But I do think that right now the transatlantic relationship is going through some kind of a renaissance, and I hope it'll last.
Final thought with yourself on the state of transatlantic relations.
Yeah, I am very pro. I think we should keep it. But on the other side, we are responsible for our own destiny. We should not say that tomorrow Americans will always, keep our security alive without our responsibility. So let me answer your question in a less politically correct type of answer. I am very much in favor of some sort of United States of Europe in the longer future, not as a melting pot as it is the case in the United States, but a different type of United States that would be capable also to take care about its own security. Not without Americans, with Americans, but not, in a way that we would be submissive to this alliance. So I hope so very much that because also of the war in Ukraine, one of the consequences of this war will be a new phase of the debate on the future of Europe. Maybe sometimes, Alex, a new convention on the future of the Europe. Maybe not tomorrow, but the next generation will maybe think once again about drafting a new constitution.
Yeah, and can I give a final thought? Can you think or imagine a situation whereby Donald Trump would be the president of the United States right now, and we would have had the war in Ukraine? What would have happened to Ukraine? What would have happened to Finnish or Swedish NATO membership? Hopefully not an issue that we have to deal with in the State of the Union 2024.
Well, it may be. Let's wait and see. Next year, two very important elections, European elections and the US election as well. With that note, thank you very much. We're going to wrap it up, and that's our final session of the day. Thank you for your attention. I know it's getting late, but we're hoping everyone will join us outside in the beautiful gardens where we were earlier on. Don't forget, we're only on day one of this fantastic conference, so I'm hoping you're all going to have enough intellectual stimulation and rest to enjoy day two tomorrow. So thank you again for your attention.
Currently, in the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, the parties are at a crucial moment. They've been negotiating for more than 10 years on and off in different formats. And we're at a point where at this weekend it's coming to a form of a culmination.
My students will have a unique opportunity to rehearse in a simulation an actual negotiation taking place as we speak between Serbia and Kosovo. The class was scheduled a long time ago, but it so happens that it's taking place at exactly the same time when the presidents of the two countries and the European Union as a mediator are meeting in Ohrid in North Macedonia in 2 days. So this will be a unique opportunity to actually rehearse the real negotiation in real time.
In our class, we've had the immense pleasure of having the USR Miroslav Lajčák coming in personally and sharing with us a bit of his preparations for the upcoming meeting.
Our Master in Transnational Governance has a specialization in peace and security, and particularly this course is, in my mind, probably one of the last courses that our students will take before they enter their life in a professional environment. And I would like them to be as close as possible to the reality, whether they will work in an NGO, in an international organization, or in government. And these kind of exercises are precisely aimed at getting them this sense of how the real world will look like.
It is almost unthinkable in other situations to think that the USR would take its time at such a crucial moment to actually speak to students and share very much with the recent updates. So first of all, what makes it special is the unique access that we have and the ability to really work with the hot topics of Brussels here in Florence. It's wonderful, it's uncomparable.
I come from a lot of practical experiences related to these issues, and I thought it's time for me to take some time off to analyze the policies and look at the gaps and see how we can better campaign for change.
It's always interesting to meet people from other parts of the world because these are different cultures meeting, interacting, and this is an experience you cannot buy.
Academia is great because it helps us to find concepts, to share our ideas, but practice is fundamental in peace building, especially because it's something that you have to do day by day. It's not just a set of techniques, it's also a philosophy that you need to start applying.
I think I was also very much attracted to the fact that it's not purely academic. I'm not an academic, I've been a practitioner for the last decade. So I really appreciated the opportunity to lend my perspective from the policy space, the actual policy space in my work.
I think this program is designed for someone that really knows what they want to do. And it's a thing balance. You really know what you want to do, so you can come here and really look for the resources that will help you in your path. But at the same time, you need to be open-minded to reshape your idea that you have already before coming here and add new elements and come with something that is better that you have already planned.
L'Europe ne se fera pas d'un coup, ni dans une construction d'ensemble. Elle se fera par des réalisations concrètes, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait.